Yeah, it's working. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this event. We're very excited and honored. I think we're going to have a fascinating series of speakers and discussion topics from around the globe. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. Without further ado, let me present to you the team that put this event together. We're very honored to have here the president of the Szent Gellért Rotary Club as one of the co-organizers, then Zsuzsa Deli-Gray from ESSCA, the president and director of the Budapest campus of this wonderful educational institute, Julia Molnar, also on behalf of the Rotary Clubs of Hungary, and Balazs Nagy from NewPush, and then the Equilibrium Institute, to welcome you and tell you about their institute. So first off, I would like to invite Gábor, Náray-Szabó, on behalf of the Szent Gellért Rotary Club. I would like to, you stay there? Come in the middle, so yeah, you can, yeah. Feel free to come here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all here on behalf of this very interesting event. And on behalf of the Rotary Club Budapest Szent Gellért, I am very proud to be one of the organizers. And it is not a surprising event because our Surgeon of Arms, Ambassador Peter Kraft, who comes from a military soldier family and takes over the responsibility when order has to be established. He decided some years ago, over 2 years ago, to organize something about artificial intelligence, because this is a very, very rapidly emerging field. And if we do not keep pace, then we will back behind. Therefore, with the help of the Rotary governor and others, NewPush with Balazs, who is also a member of our Rotary Club, there is an opportunity to inform you about new developments and about important aspects of the very, very rapidly expanding artificial intelligence. Therefore, I think today we will receive very interesting new information, and there could be a nice discussion among the audience, and we will be smarter, more informed at the end of the day than we have been until then. Thank you very much and have a nice time.
Thank you.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to welcome you at the Budapest campus of the ESSCA School of Management. Just a very, very brief introduction to who we are and where you are. So our school was founded in 1909 in Angers. This is a Loire Valley town. And our school grew during the time, and at the moment we have 10 campuses worldwide. We have 6 campuses in France, 1 campus in Budapest, 1 in Shanghai, 1 in Malaga, and 1 in Luxembourg. I'm so proud of being a part of this family because here the values are very strong, and we are focusing all of our attention and all of our education on humanistic values. So these are the people who count for us, and therefore we would like to invest a lot of energy, time, money into the good preparation of the young generation for the future, the good treatment of the colleagues who teach and who work at us. And also we are very proud and very happy to share all of our findings and all of the information we managed to put together amongst the educational market. This is appreciated by the accreditation bodies because we have a triple crown appreciation of what we do. So we have the European EQUIS accreditation, the American AACSB, and the British AMBA accreditation. And also we are amongst the best schools on the Financial Times ranking every year. When Balazs asked me whether I would be happy to welcome you and organize the conference at our school, I was fascinated to say yes, because our relationship with AI is pretty specific. We have a department which is dealing with advanced pedagogy, and my colleagues keep on finding out how to make training, education more and more efficient, more and more technologically advanced, and more professional. So this department is paying a lot of attention also on technology and how to involve technology into our training, into our teaching activities, and not only teaching activities, but learning experiences as well. So from the very start, we put a lot of emphasis on how to include artificial intelligence into our training, not to leave our students very lonely and alone with this new technology that they don't know what to do about. So we try to, instead of letting them use artificial intelligence in a non-ethical way or in a non-efficient and professional way, we use artificial intelligence in our training program. Therefore, the students can learn properly how to use it, again, in an ethical and efficient way. So the students, when they finish and when they graduate, they already know how to use the different forms of artificial intelligence in their career. We are also paying attention on sharing this practice. So, for example, at the beginning of the year, I was invited to the French high school in Budapest to talk about this practice to the professors of the secondary school. And we keep on publishing our results everywhere in the world in international papers so that all other educational institutions can benefit from it and use this practice. So I'm really fascinated to have you here. I look forward to all of your speeches and all of the presentations we are going to hear, because I know that if we talk about the subject, we can all grow together and we can all develop together in a way which is good for the society, not only on an individual basis, but also on a collective basis. So enjoy the day, have fun, and I'm really happy to have you here.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Rotarian friends, I came here with an exciting question: whether this symposium is a close connection with the Mako onion. It can be a strange question, perhaps. At the first sight, we can say, no, there is no connection between these two things. But I can tell you, both are about the future. The onion may bring tears to our eyes, hopefully AI not, yet both show us how to protect values while opening new opportunities. Why did I bring this strange question for you? Yesterday I participated on an event called Tasty Hungary, organized by Rotary's main strategic partner, Metro wholesale chain. And I heard inspiring ideas about Hungarian cuisine, how to keep traditions alive and attractive for the next generation. That event was the link between the past and the present. And now, this event is a link between the present and the future. Artificial intelligence raises many questions for us. Is it a tool that helps us or a force that limits us? Does it bring freedom or does it create fear? We may leave more questions than answers today. And that is fine, because curiosity and shared thinking have always been the strengths of Rotary all over the world. 3 years ago, Rotary Hungary and NewPush, Balazs, Nagy, bringing this topic into the Rotary family. And I'm very happy that we could continue it in our centenary year as well. Let me close my ideas with the message of our Rotary International President, Francesco Arezzo, which expresses perfectly our mission today as well. Unite for good. That's the event, Unite for Good. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you everybody for being here. It's such an honor to have been asked to organize for a third time this event. It's a very cozy event in person. Of course, since COVID, everybody prefers to just watch remotely on YouTube. This year we have international sponsors. You can see our sponsors' logos, the main sponsors' logos, and then on the little brochure you will see without these sponsors we wouldn't be able to put this event together. So I wanna highlight some of the key sponsors, because it's very important that they work together with us. Of course, you heard the Rotary. Without the Rotary, this wouldn't have started. And both the original governor is here amongst us, who organized it originally, as our president mentioned earlier, with Peter Kraft. And we have a very big multi-billion-dollar cybersecurity and AI company this year that sponsors us, Kaseya. We actually are flying to the big Kaseya conference right after this event to Miami. And it's such an honor that a multinational company whose goal is to provide cyber and AI for everyone, not just for the large enterprise. They see that Hungary is worth investing into. International conferences in Hungary are worth investing. And then we have many other international participants. And to bring that to Hungary warms my heart. You know, that's all I can say. I'm very grateful to all of you who physically showed up from, whether it's from Germany, from the US, from Israel, from India, from all over, from Canada. We have truly a very international presence. And I just wanted to say how grateful I am. And also I would like to mention that I hope you learn a lot. And that this conference is a little bit special in the sense that our physical presence is not that big. Our online presence usually is several hundred viewers, and maybe it's going to go to the thousands this time. And then our offline presence is huge. We had last year's conference with tens of thousands of viewers. So maybe this year we'll get to the hundreds of thousands because of the interest. We are launching today something very special. We call it Project Noémi. Which is a Hungarian play on word. We're building Noah's Ark for artificial intelligence because it's very important to bring artificial intelligence to everyone. As Zsuzsa mentioned, schools are doing their part in tooling the next generation, but we have to retool the existing generations that have already gone through school, and we have to figure out how to do that. So that's why we're launching Project Noémi, where inviting hundreds of coaches to help us. Those sessions are going to also be recorded. There will be the parallel sessions, which is a little bit of an intensive training. Here you have a couple of prominent professors that you can also talk to in person about the project or about brainstorming. We have Massimiliano Albanese, who's representing George Mason University. We have Anjan, who's representing both Zurich, ETH, where Einstein was also a professor, and also Northeastern University from the US. And then we have OBUDA represented as well with their Director of Innovation and also the Dean of Computer Science to brainstorm about these topics. How are we going to retool everyone? Because everyone needs, it's the new literacy, it's the new frontier of literacy. So thank you very much again, and back to you, Réka.
Thank you. Thank you so much. As partner of this wonderful event, I'm very happy to introduce Equilibrium Institute to you and welcome you on behalf of the institute that is very special in the Hungarian geographical, political, institutional scenario. Our institute is an independent, non-governmental organization that is focusing on a future-oriented fact-based analysis to produce policy proposals. So what this probably sounds totally normal to you. I can tell you it's not that easy in Hungary. And I think that's why what we identified as a main void is to have non-politically biased, policy-focused and strategically focused policy proposals, really, that can be used irrespective of political backgrounds on a very solid professional basis in a number of fields. So Equilibrium Institute is focusing on economic development issues, on policy, strategic issues, in all of these various fields, from water resources to energy policy to AI and cybersecurity. We're trying to produce proposals that are implementable and that are helping to create a space that is more equitable and creates a happier Hungary. So I very much hope that we are going to be able to contribute to this thought with this event also. We have one of our largest international events is the Budapest Energy and Security Talks. Very modestly, we call it BEST Talks. And we organize it annually with large number of international experts from around the countries. This year we had over 80 speakers from 13 to 15 countries, all focusing on various elements of these strategic questions that are ahead of us. So from transatlantic Euro-US cooperation to Russia, China, and of course among the main questions was AI and cybersecurity. So I'm very honored to be here and to be able to work together with this distinguished group and to have you hopefully continue this dialogue in the future as well on AI and cybersecurity. So with this, I would like to jump in right to the first speaker that we will have. My name is Réka Szemerkényi. I apologize. I haven't introduced myself, which I should have, but I am very honored to be helping this event. A little bit as an MC, but just to make sure that everything is well on track. So as our first speaker, I would like to invite Péter Galambos to come join our event. And I would like to, what I can propose is that you take the podium, please. And Gábor will moderate the discussion. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for the nice intro. My name is Péter Galambos. I'm the Vice Rector for Innovation at OBUDA University, and I have the honor to substitute Professor Levente Kovács, the President of OBUDA University, and deliver this short talk about our strategy, how to adopt AI in general in OU. And I have a distinguished colleague here, Professor György Egner, who is the Dean of the John von Neumann Faculty for Informatics. And actually, he is the person in OBUDA University who is primarily responsible for constructing our AI strategy and driving all the forces adopting AI in general within the texture of OBUDA University. We are very keen on understanding AI as a fully holistic view, and therefore we emphasize in the institution that AI is a tool that hopefully will never substitute the human creativity, and make all the efforts along this line. So AI, just to really start from the beginning. AI is not new at all. About 70 years ago, John McCarthy and some major scholars introduced this phrase, artificial intelligence, and McCarthy defined AI as the automation of intelligence, which is a very broad term understanding. But our reading about this definition is that make our cognitive workload easier, but the creative part of intelligence hopefully will not evaded by computers in the future. And education. Óbuda University is an education institute. Therefore, our basic activity is somewhere in education, tutoring, knowledge transfer. And very interestingly, the way of teaching has not been changed so much in the past thousands of years. So in the past 4,000 or 5,000 of years, the way of teaching was something very similar than it is today. Even we are using computers, we are using VR, XR stuff everywhere, handhelds, digital devices, and so on. But the way of transmitting the knowledge from the brain of a tutor to the brain of the student has not been changed. And this is the standpoint of the current revolutionary change, since the AI, especially the large language models and other means of generative AI, will completely change the way of teaching that is going on right now. And AI has not only impact on the way of how we are interacting with the knowledge and how we are interacting with the owner of the knowledge, but radically changes the way how an institution can organize its activities. So in this figure, for example, we mentioned a lot of kind of key performance indicators that a university has. So student retention, the drop-off is a huge problem. So AI provide some new aspects how we can fight against drop-off. Performance prediction, it's always a critical task in universities, how to predict the performance of the students depending on their everyday activities. So a huge amount of data must be counted here. Personalized learning, academic persistence, and the fighting against academic retention. So in a university, our goal is to keep a solid human mindset, a human basis for continuing high quality research, and we have to enhance the attractiveness of the university, and with the AI methodologies we can improve this sense a lot. In R&D, in the usual everyday procedures of a university or any other companies, even for inventory management, we can use AI effectively. AI market is very huge, and if you check the research data, you can find numbers CAGR from 25% to about 45%. So it's a really dynamically growing business, and even in the learning era, we have to count with the new solutions and new paradigms. But we think that the biggest problem is not the technology here, but the proper integration of the available technologies. So in sense of market penetration, I truly believe that not only technology providers will generate this high CAGR, but also the integrator and consulting companies who will establish the knowledge how to integrate the various AI methodologies in the operation of a university or a company, from small and medium size to the corporate businesses. The AI tutor, so large language models, chatbot, that through very rich interactions can help the students to pick up the training materials, can help a lot in terms of time. So how long does it take to learn something? So according to the University of Applied Sciences research, the time reduction can be as much as 27%. That has been investigated through 40 different subjects. So it's a quite comprehensive research. And not only the time consumption is important here, but also the performance improvement. So according to the studies, the scores and grades of the students has been improved by 5-6%, and interestingly, the medium grade students has improved better than, for example, the higher class students. Just turning back to the previous thought about the question of technology and the integration of different technologies. So today we are using the latest technologies, the 21st century technologies, in a 20th century infrastructure, using education rules coming from the Prussian era, from the 19th century. So 3 centuries of development must be integrated together in an effective way, and we have to step up to the real next level of education, considering all this inherited stuff. So, for example, the Hungarian and in the neighboring countries, we are using this 5-grade system. It's not a big problem, but this is originated about 150 years ago. So it's an old style, old paradigm. We really need to adopt the latest technologies and improve the infrastructure accordingly and update all the regulations. What are the global focuses? So studying the international researches from the EU, from other international organizations, we can identify some important points, including critical thinking, the digital equality, the AI agency, that is very important. Who is the responsible for the autonomous AI? So when the AI agent do something legally, or order something, or act in the name of a company or name of an institution, the responsibility question is very, very important. And the AI first education paradigm must be handled properly, teaching the students in the very early ages how to imagine the possibilities of AI, how to use it, how to share the responsibility, and so on. Today, every universities, every institutions working out their own AI strategy. Óbuda University would like to be in the first the first group, first set of institutions, at least in Hungary, who provide a comprehensive AI strategy. And my great friend, György Egner, is the leader of all these efforts within our institutions. This must be a comprehensive program. So AI, as I already mentioned, not only serves the purposes of teaching, but the everyday operation, the management, the accounting and financial part of the university must be involved. So our AI strategy is multifold, addressing all corners of operating a university, not only the core business, the education. As such, we are implementing the university as a platform strategy. Since universities are no longer a classical school, a classical education institute, but rather a dynamic organization in which the student can consume the learning materials just like you consume Netflix today. So that's I think, one of the most important message. In different universities, mainly in the US, has already started pilots how to create an extremely flexible way of consuming the learning materials, an extremely flexible way of putting together whole university programs, and make it possible for the students to download the knowledge in a time-independent, a very agnostic way that is not strictly following the classical disciplines like electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, business and management, and such traditional ways of learning. In Europe, very often we are failing in acting versus regulating challenges. You may already heard about the AI Act established by EU. I don't know your opinion about the adaptation of the AI Act, but my opinion is that regulating something that is not defined very precisely is more than a big challenge. It's almost impossible. And in the EU, we have a very strict and very sophisticated regulation for something that we do not know what is it actually. So in Óbuda University, we follow the opposite order. So first, we find out what to do, make pilots, end-to-end pilots, analyze the results, and then after we understand the concepts and results and daily challenges of something, then we will create the proper regulation, which then involves the questions of responsibility, the data privacy, and as long as these conditions are not fulfilled, we try to follow the general, very high-level regulations and legal environment produced by the EU and the Hungarian government. Strategic challenges, of course, the most important challenge here is the volatility of the labor market and the volatility of the technological development. And so I'm not only a university leader, but an entrepreneur as well. And for example, in my company, I experience that my best developers, I have a software company, so the best developers gained their productivity through the large language models by a factor of, I don't know, somewhere between 2 and 3 or even more. But this kind of extreme boost effect is possible because these developers are very, very highly skilled, well-trained developers understanding computer science from the bits of the GPU up to the very high-level software development concepts. So this comprehensive knowledge is boosted now with the AI, with this factor, with this multiplying effect. But what comes later? So now on the labor market, the junior software developer cannot have a job, or it's getting more and more difficult to get a great job. So how we will produce the senior developers if the AI substitutes the juniors? How we will create the next generation of software developers as highly skilled as I have now? So it can be considered as a flood wave. And after this flood wave will pass, what generation comes next? What will be the next generation of software developers, the tutors, company builders, entrepreneurs, and so on? So this is a very, very important risk factor in the adaptation of AI, at least in our understanding. What we do? First of all, we selected an AI tutor technology called YOLO AI. It is an Hungarian innovation, independent of Óbuda University, but we maintain a very good connection with the developer of YOLO AI. And from this October, we will officially start our pilot. But I have to mention that it is already running on a small group of testers. YOLO AI is a chatbot interface that implements a RAG framework, allowing to upload the specific learning materials of each subject, and allows the students to interact with these learning materials 24 hours a day, all around the year. The labor market, again. We teach our students through YOLO AI and, of course, with other chatbots as well, because current studies shows that people who has a good command of generative AI can earn more than 50% more than people who cannot have these skills. Hungary is not in a very good position concerning the high-risk jobs. High-risk jobs are the white-collar jobs, interestingly, and current technologies mainly allows for the substitution of the low creativity white-collar positions. And in this sector, it is especially important to train the people how to use generative AI, how to adopt new skills, to even extend their capabilities, covering more disciplines and more technical fields to keep their jobs. But I also believe, as a roboticist, that in 10 to 20 years, most of the blue-collar jobs will be also substitutable with robotic technology closely related to the generative AI technological advancements. Competitiveness in Hungary and the EU depends on the speed of adaptation of new technologies, new regulations, new best practices in universities. So integration, teacher competency, and the adaptation of best practices through domestic and international partnerships will be a key factor. We are working very hard on all these three pillars. And just closing my thoughts with this slide, everything will depend on the question how wise we will be in using AI as a tool, or we will let the command fully to the AI technology, and we will lose our creativity, not be able to bring up the next generation of creative and fantastic minds in engineering and in business. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions to this lecture, maybe, or remarks? No? Nobody? Therefore... Oh, excuse me. Please.
Your emphasis on us retaining the rights for creativity. That is something that we cannot expect, let alone lose control to AI, because when it comes to creativity and originality, we still hold the rights. AI, because it can plagiarize at scale, it appears to be original, but it is not.
I can't agree more. So technologically, AI is learning from GitHub code base and similar huge code bases. But if we stop adding more and more creative solutions to these code bases, then AI will be not able to evolve in terms of creative creation, and it's a kind of asymptotic approach of a level of intelligence which of course must be avoided, and our brain can make it only.
Tech writer for a long time, writing white papers on different new forms of technology, and my articles have been published in Computer World, Information Week, whatnot. But recently I wrote an article on the joy of writing, especially in this age when people think that why should I be focusing on writing when ChatGPT can do that for me? No. So, and the title of my article is, when it comes to originality and creativity, humans still have the advantage. So I'll be happy to share a link. It's been published in the media, and I discuss a lot of different aspects of why human intelligence is superior to artificial intelligence when it comes to writing. So I'll be happy to share that with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just would like to add, my name is Gyula. I'm a doctoral candidate in Corvinus University in political theory and science. And I must emphasize this, the gentleman's point that we must find a way or an approach that fosters human creativity, and it is a very general, I mean, say, platitude. Let's say everyone says that. But why I'm worried is that I have recent discussions, and of course my research is quite deep in this, that even scientists and educators, and I apologize for criticizing you, but AI is not a tool, right? Tools don't alter our goals, and AI, unfortunately, and not unfortunately, this is its nature. It's very deep into how it shapes our worldviews and how our actually influences our goal setting. But what I saw in discussions with even educators and science is that they don't really understand what creativity actually means. So, for example, I don't want to say names. It was in a different country, but the lady was presenting the use of AI with children. And I was totally stupefied that she basically was emphasized the reverse of how we should do the use of AI with children. Concrete example, right? let's say a 10-year-old child has an assignment to write a homework about her experience in, I don't know, in the weekend. And she was recommending to ask ChatGPT to generate ideas about what she should write, and then to write the thing just to make sure that she exercises, or he or she exercises the use of language and the writing itself. The problem is that maybe that is the goal for that age, to learn how to write grammatically correctly. But if she will lose the way to come up with ideas about her or his own experiences at the age of 10, what we can expect from that person at the age of 20 or 25 or 30? Because you just have to understand that we are coming up, as we age, we are coming up with exponentially more complex ways of intuitions and inspiration, right? So if we are losing the lower complexity creativity, then we cannot expect higher complexity creativity from people. So we have to be very, very careful how the children today are encountering AI at age of 10, at age of 12, 15, and so forth. So I apologize for being long.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Nobody? Then Réka, please.
Thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. I was very intrigued to follow your thoughts, and I thought we have a couple of business leaders in the room. I would like to ask them, really, what would they ask from you so that the universities can produce the kind of expertise and knowledge that is useful for the businesses. So I'm not, without picking on anyone, I would like to ask people in the room who maybe can have a suggestion or a request for you. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Johannes Bernhard. I'm an entrepreneur from Germany, and we're working heavily related on AI. And it is indeedly true that the changes that the use of AI models, especially large language models, changes the way you ask a question and changes the way you're setting your goals. It's a fundamental change. So unfortunately, the colleague is right. Yes, you can use it as a tool, but we need to understand the consequences with that. This is what I'm wagering about. So when we're looking at the next generation of coders, of developers, to me, it becomes more and more important that the people I work with have a fundamental understanding of the architectures, of the business that they are trying to support, of the societal, industrial, and economic consequences of what they are doing. And that has been a trend over the last 30 years, that in the academia, it became more and more vertical. So to be an expert, you have to really choose your slice of expertise, and you can really drill down. But you don't see the whole field anymore, which turns out to be more and more to be a problem, especially when you have to deal with AI. Because AI tends to take away your decision-making if you let it. So if you're developing code, understand what you're doing. Be able to explain what do you really want, or what does your boss, in that case me, tries to get from you. And to have people to understand these consequences of what they are doing and what happens if you use AI and you let it influence the process of creation. That is a very, very important thing. I hope it doesn't sound too philosophical, but it has very fundamental points in the daily work, in the roll your sleeves up. So I hope that.
Yes, just let me reflect to Johannes' ideas. I think it is not philosophical at all, because in a business, the bold medium maker team can be explodes their effectiveness using AI, and because they became generalists and they can access, for example, a computer science knowledge, and even a business expert can formulate a very clever computation and even generate a software helping he or she in the job fulfillment. But there is a seesaw effect here. So the technological and any domain knowledge became very easily accessible, like the skill of navigation thanks to GPS and any GNSS things. So it's like using the GPS versus using the paper chart. Now nobody using the paper chart, but there are some necessary situations. And the seesaw effect means, in my understanding, that there will be people who can really productive and competent only with the use of generative AI. And there must be a small group of people who are competent and productive even without generative AI. And therefore, in my understanding at least, the higher education will split up at least to two different regions. One region is for the larger mass, generating people who are generalists, who can be very, very productive with the help of large language models and any means of generative AI. And we need an elite education to produce people who has the vertical super deep knowledge, and they can interact with each other. And in crisis situations and in high added value situations, these people must be acting even when no access to high computational capacities and generative AI. And another aspect, this is a little bit utopistic, but hopefully not too, that large language models and generative AI is now in command of large companies. Formerly, nations, governments controlled the resources that were necessary to access the knowledge and access the resources that is absolutely necessary to create something new. Currently, large companies, I don't want to list those companies, you know all of them, are in command of this technology, and it's also a risk. When everyone good friends, no problem. But what is happening when the friendship is over?
You go first.
No, I can add something if you don't want. Okay. Just thank you for the word. Regarding the philosophical aspect, that I think AI is as intelligent and as ethical as humans. In your case, these children has cheated because the task was to write an essay on her own, and she or he asked ChatGPT, or she or he can ask her friends or brother to write this essay. That's why I think that AI is rather a tool, and it depends on humans how we use it. If we use it for good purpose, it's accelerate productivity, contribute to sustainable economy, and so on. And you can use it for bad purposes. And AI has also these risk factors that people are getting loose control, becoming even more lazier as now. These are risks that we have to be aware of and have to handle it very carefully. Thank you.
Well, I would go then, because you made a for me spectacular remark, and if you are looking into the direction of data autonomy, so how independent are you in your decision making? Do you have access to the source data, or do you have access to somebody who aggregates the data for you and lets you see what you shall see? That's an interesting question. And it directly combines with what you said before, to educate people in the technology field, in the societal fields, to understand these mechanisms, because we will be talking about politics, we will be talking about power, and we will be talking about the ways societies will function. If we don't understand that and getting our hands into that and try to strive for being autonomous in our decision making, I believe, and scholars might differ, but of course that might bear a huge risk. The better we educate the people, the better they understand the risks and the advantages of it, the better it is. So thank you very much for your remark there.
Thank you. Any further question?
So if nobody, then I will continue and I will tell you a story, namely that when this event has been organized originally by Balazs, Nagy, I asked not to be forced to deliver a lecture because I do not understand anything from artificial intelligence. But he insisted, and then I went back into my past and discovered that just 26 years ago, I published a paper on the application of neural networks in computer-aided drug design. And I think neural networks were the very first applications of artificial intelligence. And I would like to say some words about computer-aided drug design, which became by now a very powerful tool for the establishment and the development of new drugs. 24 years ago, when I started my career, or even earlier in the Kinein pharmaceutical company, nobody believed that. So everybody thought that we are a bit cheating or overemphasizing the opportunities. But we had a colleague who went into, any time he entered the office of a higher leader in the pharmaceutical industry, he came back with a considerable amount of money. And by that, he could establish a company which became later market leading in Europe, which focused on computer-aided drug design. He sold it about 8 or 10 years ago to a Chinese partner for 8 billion Hungarian forints. This is quite an amount. So he knew how to get business from this new discipline, and by now I can mention another example. Richter pharmaceutical company, the largest in Hungary, developed a very good drug against schizophrenia and similar mental diseases, which was marketed, developed here in Hungary completely. And the computer-aided design methods were applied in the development and were very useful. They marketed it jointly with a US company, and by now the world market is $3.5 billion, and the share of Richter from it is $660 million. So this was a true success. Now, therefore, I think the origins were very early. And I take the opportunity to make a short analysis of the SWOT analysis of artificial intelligence. I will mention only weaknesses and threats, because the strengths and opportunities were mentioned several times by now. I asked Grok, Grok, do you have a soul? No, I'm just a bunch of code and circuits, no soul here. But I've got plenty of wit and charm to make up for it. Wanna see? What's your take on souls anyway? Therefore, I think that artificial intelligence can never become stronger than humans with their 200 billions of neurons in their brain, and therefore we have to use it appropriately. There are two threats, at least. First, that lots of jobs will be lost or transformed. I do not know whether lost or transformed. It cannot be predicted by now. But we see that, for example, notary, even in the family there has been a notary. Notary will completely change because there will be one person enough to make the final recommendation on the notarial documents, but no aides will be necessary because artificial intelligence will replace everybody. And this is very similar in judgment and in courts and in several places. Those who will receive new jobs have to be well educated. Therefore, it is very important to be prepared for the new education methods and the new education standards in artificial intelligence. And the second problem is that differences will be even larger and larger. Now we have 10 billionaires in the world who own just that much capital as the poorer half of mankind. So it cannot be maintained for long, because entropy, the physical quantity, does not allow that. This means that very big differences will decrease by time. And there is a third threat, namely the increased speed. Everybody thinks that speed is something which is positive. However, by now we can see that not only our children or my grandchildren, but even grown-up people speak faster and faster and faster, and therefore they cannot concentrate on certain things. For example, I heard several times that the speakers in university lectures recognize that their students cannot concentrate more than 15 minutes or 20 minutes on the subject. Therefore, they will be disconnected. And this is a very big danger. We will have to take care of that. So by now, I think I gave lots of new interesting ideas to you to be able to think about that in the break, but we don't have a break now. I give over the floor to Réka, who will moderate the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please join our speakers because I think we had some fantastic thoughts to start our discussion with. So join our speaker, to thank our speakers for these presentations. And with this, we indeed shift over to the first panel discussion that we're going to have. And I would like to invite our speakers for this. It is a very, before we start, I apologize. I will ask my colleague to show a link, if it's possible. That is shows a very interesting article from our luncheon speaker, Sridhar Kajipita, who is, this is a fantastic article that is really of interest, and if I can say, anyone who's interested, we would be happy to share the link so you can read it. It's a great contribution to our thinking today and together. So our first panel is going to discuss the issues of the biggest challenges of the day. What is the reason that we can call this moment the transformative moment of AI? And of course, for discussing this, we have to have both business and institutions to comment on this. So I'm honored to have our speakers in this discussion. Ákos Janza, Managing Director, AI and HR, Lead and Global Head of Offices from MTEM Hungary. Hi, good to have you. Thank you so much.
What do you want me to sit?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to sit here. Thank you. László Hankis, Deputy CEO of Granite Bank. We are honored to have you. We had you last year. It was fantastic as a contribution. We're very grateful to have you here. Please join our discussion. We'll have a speaker from Lithuania, Vilma Mišiukonienė, the EU Affairs and Digital Policies expert, digital transformation. Vilma, great to have you in Budapest. Please join our discussion. I will give this back to you. For the questions, just prepare your questions for a great panel of speakers. And what I would like to recommend is that we jump into the discussion by having your kind of initial thoughts, if it's okay, in a few minutes. This is a kind of a funny chair, but I hope it's going to be okay. Because I think you all have very important, very distinct experiences and insights. So I wonder, can I ask László to start the discussion? You can stay there if you want to use the podium. That's also perfect.
Okay, let's start.
Whichever is more comfortable. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you for the word. It's an honor to participate in this event, and I very much like the title, "The Transformative Moment of AI," because this is the moment we are. It's a transformative moment. We don't know exactly what AI will bring. We can only partly assess it, but we feel it that it will bring a huge a huge transformation in the future. So it's a very, very interesting moment we are here. I would like to get back a bit and raise your attention that in the last 15 years, digital transformation happened. And based on that, we can have a feeling of the transformative power of AI. Because we think that's my second statement, that in the next 15 years, AI, especially generative AI and agentic AI, will transform our personal and future life as well. So what happened in the last 15 years based on digitalization? You can think of that how did we live our lives before internet and phones. It was a completely different life. And also we can ask how did we manage our finances before digital banking. It was like Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, should go to a branch office, filling in paper applications, and waiting in queues, waiting for the response, going home, getting back to have our cards. And that was a very lengthy and time-consuming process. And now, just 15 years, how we manage our finances, everything on our mobile phones. You can check your balance, you can apply for a credit card, and you can get it within 24 hours. And the credit card It can be used throughout your phones, so you don't have to wait to get the physical card. We have video bank services, so we have as many branches as smart devices. Everybody can ask advice from bank tellers. This is a completely new way of banking, and also the banking landscape is very different. New firms, fintech firms, appeared in the landscape, and they challenging the traditional banks. Also, digital banks, as Granite Bank is challenging the traditional banks, and that makes the competition even more fiercer. And I think that's bring significant value to the customer, as they have a better service, quicker service. In this case, I think it's a good thing that it's quicker, more flexible service, so they can access it anytime, anywhere. They are not linked to the physical branch network, and also the prices went down because on the other hand, on the bank side, this digitalization brings a huge cost advantage. We don't have to build up a branch network and operate and hire bank tellers and guards and so on. So it's much cheaper. It at least 20% better cost advantage what we have in our digital bank comparing to the bank sector. So that's why we can provide a preferential condition for the clients on long term. So this competition brought value to the clients. And what I think that digitalization shifted the financial sector from first gear to third gear, and we can now go by up to 100 kilometers per hour. And artificial intelligence, I think, will shift from third gear to fifth grade or even higher, and we can go over 200 kilometers per hour, or even fly, because that brings similar and fundamental changes to the banking sector as digitalization did. I think I stop here, and I will share our experience on AI in the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know. Akos, can we ask?
Sure. Happy Friday, everyone.
Yes.
I didn't get the memo about not wearing a tie or wearing a tie, so without it.
You're perfect.
Look, I wrote my thesis about 25 years ago about the dot-com boom, just in the building next to us, and it feels. And I have a deja vu. I'm not sure about you. Like in 2000, 2001, 99, no one did really know what the internet is going to bring us. These are GPT technologies, general-purpose technologies that take some time to unfold their transformative nature. Recently, there was an article on NFT. They opened up all the Fortune 500 companies' annual reports and scanned it for what are these companies are doing with AI. Guess what? Everyone is mentioning the risks, but there is very little upside still. Strategies aren't strategies. They are driven by, or what companies are doing are driven by missing out, or the fear of missing out of what happens if my customer does this and I don't do this, right? Very little upside is being shown in these reports. And in fact, I just left MSCI about 6 months ago. I was responsible for AI in this institution. Now I'm working for a different company, but I had the pleasure to speak to many of the CEOs and board of these Fortune 500 companies. And what is clear that there is an absolute lack of strategy many times because people simply do not know what to use these systems for. Generative AI is just another window into deep learning and the fact that deep learning has world gave us these generative technologies. But the point is that companies are rushing into many pilots, and there was a recent MIT study where they showed that 95% of all the pilots in AI are failing. Now, why is that? One, obviously, GPT technologies, general purpose technologies, are taking cycle time-wise about 7.5 to 12.5 years until they penetrate into the mainstream. Now, obviously, with generative AI, this has been speed up as our world speeds up, as you said. And so what I'm thinking right now, and what our research and my research has shown, is that the lack of domain knowledge in these pilot projects is one of the key factors of why most of the pilot projects are failing. Now, we have developed a model to understand better the layers of the impact of generative AI. On the foundational layer, you have the normal console-based Copilot, ChatGPTs, Anthropics, and all the consoles perplexities you might have on your phones. And that's the no-code layer. The middle layer is the low-code layer. That's where you're talking about using some basic APIs, using some custom GPTs if you use ChatGPT or Copilot Studio if you use the Microsoft 365 world. And on the top, you have the high-code layer, and that's where the most of the benefits will come. But my recommendation, and this has been shown throughout the research, is that you don't start with an AI center of excellence. You are starting with learning how to crawl, then you learn how to walk, only then you do run, and finally you fly. And so you need to take this step by step, because without the actual domain knowledge of the person that is working in the actual field, the probability of your project failing is going to be extremely high.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Gilma, please, and then we'll jump into the discussion, so please prepare your questions.
Let me introduce myself. I am EIDAS and digital identity expert, and honored very much to be here. I haven't been so long in AI as you all guys are, but I just want to bring few examples which are very, very illustrative. In my leadership of the project, we are running with the 20 governments to build up European digital identity to be accessible cross-border in EU. We run enormous amount of the communication, information, and analysis. And on Monday, it was the last day of our project, and we had a great conference closing event. And the report, the final report, around 800 pages, with the recommendations, lessons learned in 6 use cases, including for banking sector, for the health insurance and the health, electronic receipt, everything to be accessible cross-border. So, and we thought, what is the message we're gonna bring to the government authorities, to the policymakers? And I sit with my team, and we put this AI with the tasks, and by several iterations in few hours, we got a fantastic report. Of course, we went for the proofreading, improving, but that was exactly what we were willing to say to the government authorities. And I think, you know, it's like a incremental process, how you start using it, learning, advancing, and then, as you say, fly. And another example, yesterday over the dinner, we spoke with the colleagues, and Jansson was mentioning that like 30 software developers company is doing the power of 1,500 people. So this is enormous. It's enormous where we as a society, humanity, where business, we stand in front. And AI can make us stronger, can make our business competitive edge. But as more we are in that digital domain, and more vulnerabilities and risks are related. So if applied this AI, you know, in the wrong way, we can fail and we can get a huge damage. And talking about this digital identity, we definitely need to be concerned, and cyber by design, AI by design, to avoid this fake digital identities, which especially, for instance, in the banking sector, financial sector, can impact, and the people are losing a lot of money, and this is brings us professionals more sophisticated, more deeper approach in all these technical standards and compliance and certification.
Thank you so much for these very intriguing and insightful remarks. And I believe, you know, there's a lot of, you know, experience behind all of you that is really worthwhile for all of us to learn more about. I will start with a few questions, but of course this is a discussion, so this is between us, and I think what is important for us is really to have a chance to talk with all of our experts. So feel free to just, you know, raise your hand or with a question. We can jump into this, absolutely, because I'm sure that, you know, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anjan, professor at Northeastern University in Boston on cybersecurity. I'm on sabbatical at ETH Zurich in Switzerland. I have questions for each of you. First on digital identity. Switzerland, as much as last week, had a vote of digital identity, and only 50.3% of the people voted for, which means no matter what technology we implement, half of the country is going to hate it. Also, from whatever we are discussing, it's still very hard for people to understand what advantages they are going to get by having a digital identity. People say banking, age verification, and so on. But most of the arguments have always been, I always go to the same pub, same place, where the guy knows me from my birth, so there is no age verification happening, so why do I need anything like that? So it's a question of communication, but they also see a problem of surveillance and things like that. So that's one question. The second for both of you is, how do you see integrating AI into banking and HR practices in general? Is it fraud detection? Is it customer service? Is it, because all of these come with enormous issues of integration rather than the technology itself. For example, when you're hiring someone, I find a lot of people using AI systems or some sort of automated systems to pass your resumes. It's very unfair, I think, that practice, simply because you have thousands of resumes. It goes through some AI system that just pops 5 people, and then the filter goes through there. So it's kind of tricky how there are people who would have really strong resumes, but then this goes through a random structure and ends up with a hiring manager. So there's a lot of issues around this. So I'm just curious about how this is going to affect in general. So.
Thank you so much. I'm glad I didn't finish the sentence. I wanted to say I'm sure we're on the same wavelength, but definitely I also wanted to ask this AI and digital identity gives us as much freedom as is dangerous and as is risky. So Vilma, would you start answering?
Thank you for a very good question. When the regulation came in force in 2024 in May, at least I think 35% in the European Parliament vote against it. And we as a society and as experts, we understand what does these politicians have in mind. That's why this regulation has a key provision saying that, first of all, the user is a king. The user is deciding which data, my own data, I want to open, for which relying party. And the second provision says no one, the relying party, the service provider, could not keep this data to use it and in whatever purpose it would be. So it was opened, either it would be the age or my, let's say, mobile driving license, and that's the data are closed. And the second part of your question, why do you need, if you go to the same pub, whatever. So we live in the very changing world, and mobility of people across countries, continents is huge. So mobile driving license, for instance, the standards of it, ISO standards and European, they are compliant. So we are building to have a compliant system around the world. So if I will go to the States, I can use my mobile driving license for the police to show, and that is okay. If I go for vacation to Spain or to Italy, and I suddenly get sick, and I need my asthma prescription drugs from the asthma, right? So I call my doctor, and this receipt is in my wallet, and I go to the pharmacy and I buy immediately, not losing the time going to the local doctor to get the receipt. When I am a businessman, I can sign with this wallet the contracts with the other ones sitting in the other country. I don't need the notaries. So it's a lot of the technical IRF, architectural reference framework, with a lot of the standards, 160 standards, which are not all in place yet. With the regulation, the main regulation and the secondary acts, 36 secondary acts are on the way, around 20 are adopted. So it would be very much, how to say, customer protecting, customer benefiting, but it would be very, very hard to make it working and to be safe, because the governments are empowered to take the control of it. And that would mean not in the one country, but across the EU, right? So this is a really revolutionary step. I never been facing in my digital career for the 20 years, and there are a lot of the doubts whether and when it would be created, but we are moving with this, and there are many risks and a lot of the vulnerabilities which come up. Therefore, we need to build it by the technology, by the law, by the governance. So sorry for so long, but it's quite interesting time we are living, and the EU is investing a lot of money. So 11 use cases we were piloting in my project with 20 governments. Now there's a second stage, and we will be building the wallet certification scheme. A lot of challenging tasks. And yes, but it's always about the investment of the money and the value are you receiving. I fully agree, if you are living just in your village, you probably don't need it. But if you are, for instance, Belgium, and you have a property in France, and you have a job in the Netherlands, and these different identities make you crazy, yeah? So, and this shift happened when the world was facing pandemia, and that's why EU and Ursula von der Leyen decided with the parliamentarians we need interoperable digital identity. Sorry, so much.
So if I may reflect to this topic, I hope that remain that people go to pubs and discuss things in person. but from digital identity, also a bank can make use of it. As in case of a credit assessment, we collect a lot of data, a lot of available data from public databases, whether they have a valid identity card, whether they have a regular salary, we ask for utility bills payment in order that we can precisely assess that they are capability and willingness to pay back the loan what we are about to grant. And for that, it make it more quicker, more easier to collect this data and analyze it. So that's for that purpose could be very useful. On the other hand, AI usage in the bank, I completely agreed with you that we can go step by step, and in 10 years' time we can look back how much transformed the whole workflow. Now we are using generative AI. We call it Granite Guru. That's a mortgage assistant in the bank, and so far the result that this generative AI made 35,000 client contacts without any human intervention. That means that the customer activity grew by 20%, and in the meantime the call center burden went down by 20%. So that's a huge thing. And also we can ask whether we have to dismiss people. No, we don't have. We are growing. Our business is growing, so we are constantly hiring people, but from different area of the banks, because AI will intervene all the areas of the bank. I'm just assessed that if we group 7 different activity of the bank, from business to back office, all is affected by AI. For example, in business, we can be business activity can be accelerated, because client can ask for a banker 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So no borders. They can prepare. Clients can contact an AI agent anytime when they are when it's fit for them. And also all our employee get a co-pilot, an AI co-pilot who helps their daily work and make this time-consuming and sometimes boring work less easy to make. What is very important that we should check, control AI. That's that's necessary. That's very important. And also the back office and other service areas effectivity grows, and also the accuracy of this task goes up by using AI. And also, in the meantime, IT and IT security guys have more work, but they also have a co-pilot with this AI together. So that's why I'm very positive. If we are used AI in a clever way, then we can make use of it pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you. Ákos?
Thank you. You have chosen a great country for a sabbatical. I lived there 7 years and I consider myself 1/3 Swiss. So I wouldn't take the Swiss's opinion applicable to the rest of Europe, but that's a different story. We can have that discussion with a beer. Look, I think you asked me about HR, right? And so if you look at the HR landscape, you have to think about this the following way. You have the EU AI Act as the governing circle. Then you have my my triangle that I mentioned to you, the no-code, low-code, high-code layer, right? So let's start with the no-code layer, right? We did very early on, we did a research trying to figure out how much productivity gain any co-pilot that you mentioned is giving to our employees, and generally in any corporate environment. The way to do that is you essentially create job profiles, look at the entire value chain of that profile, what are the steps to complete the output, and then you measure three things. The function of productivity are three things, obviously: speed, number of tasks, and quality of tasks, right? And so you try to do that measurement manually and see, you sit with your colleague, you measure it via a phone or like a stopper, and then you have certain timing, certain number of tasks, and certain quality benchmarks. And then you do the same thing, giving the colleague the co-pilot as well. Now, there's a distinction there to be made because the colleague needs to know how to prompt. And I personally made experience that that's another whole new skill, right? So what we determined is that across many of the front-end tools that we've been using, something around 19.3% productivity increase is the average that you can increase one employee's productivity. Now 19.3 translates into, if you think about a month in a model, 21.1 working days in a month. That means something like 3.6 days of productivity gain. Now it's always tricky because you cannot think that now you have 3.9 or 3.6 days less work to do, right? But you can use that for different things, or people sitting more on the toilet playing Candy Crush or whatever. So that's the base layer, okay? On the mid layer, you have the low-code tools, and that's when the domain expertise comes in. Now, productivity jumps here to 40%. Control is important here. The governing AI EU Act is important here because before even generative AI, there were systems, in your example, that were scanning resumes, right? So biases are risks. But I think with AI, especially with customized foundational models, can be used to avoid those, right? There was a recent article, a guy actually wrote a low-code layer into his resume that is not seeable on your paper, but it was picked up by the tool, and the tool actually responded to the guy. Right? So you can hack the system quickly, but that's a different story. So low-code layer, 40% jump. Now you jump to the high-code layer, and that's the mortgage tool that you mentioned, and that's where the real ROI comes in, right? I have you a gazillion examples in terms of domain you can use in HR, you can use in mortgage approval processes. It's all about mapping out the value chain, all about doing the work with AI. It can help you, right? Doing the work on the various job profiles, and then you can figure out your domain knowledge. But most importantly, it's all about education. And I stop here in a second. All about education. You have to make sure that you do not just have one guy who understands AI. You need to create a champion program by which, and the number should be fairly high, so I usually say 20%, of any department in your corporation should be trained on AI, should be trained on the foundation of AI, should be trained on how to prompt, should be trained on the possibilities, and that you use then as a multiplying effect to the rest of the 80%, because me as an AI expert, I have no idea about banking. I mean, I do because I was in banking, but in this case, right, let's say I have no idea. So now if he is an expert, he understands the processes of getting a mortgage done, and therefore the response rate is going to be a multiplier in the entire mortgage department.
Fascinating. I've got tons of questions to all of you, but I think we have also one from the audience. Let's hear that one.
Yes. I would just add a comment to this digital identity topic, because I think that will be crucial for digital zoning laws, for example. So if we want to have child protection on the internet, then I think it's unavoidable to have a digital identity, and it's a very trustful way. I mean, it just disclosing the necessary information and nothing else. So I think it's already a technical problem that has been solved already. What I wanted to ask from Ákos is that don't you see a kind of slight contradiction between your, what you told about the MIT report, that 95% of the projects are failing, and productivity gains that in theory we should get from AI. Isn't this repeating the solo paradox we know from the earlier management literature, that we see computers everywhere except in the productivity statistics, right? So it is kind of a very interesting lesson to learn, because we can probably learn from how we solved solo paradox in the previous times. And I would think about rethinking organizations and governance in the AI first manner. And the second thing that I would ask as a challenge to the panel, and not just for this panel but for the education, how we define expert generalist, because this is a term that is starting to emerge, in certain places, but it's not really a generally accepted, educational goal. But I think we can really have some kind of productive ways of understanding how we can see if a person expertise is more generalizable and it's as a consequence more usable in an AI first environment. Thank you.
Do you want me to reflect first?
Yeah.
No contradiction at all. I'm in the 5%. Just kidding. I'm not that cocky. No, so that 95% is going through all the companies that I mentioned. I do not remember the exact details. I can dig it out for you and to see what these projects were. What I was reflecting on in the second half of my speech was much rather the fact that if you want to do this right, and I learned it the hard way as well, you need to focus on these frameworks that I explained. So in AI, HR, obviously the circle of the EU AI Act, then the triangle, and then obviously of education, a few other things. It's probably worth 2 days to speak about it, but I built this out through the past 5 years. I've been dealing with machine learning, deep learning, and then later on with generative AI. So no contradiction in my head at all. In regards to digital identity, if you don't mind, I would love to reflect. Who's Hungarian here? Sorry. Okay, great. Who has DAP on your phone? Okay, great. So for the non-Hungarians, obviously we have a digital system in Hungary. You have all of your papers on it. You have all of your prescriptions on it. You have your IDs on it. To me, obviously, one step further is the zoning law that you were referring to. It's a bit too far even for me, but I love that I don't have to carry my IDs. The police stops if it happens very rarely. Then I only need to show this to them. So it's more sort of, to me at least, it's a convenience thing, right? And I don't remember your third point, so I stop here.
But when you go abroad.
Yeah. That's what you work out, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So can you use the same services you have here? Can you use them abroad?
It's your job.
Yeah, we have one question here and then there.
My term was about expert generalist. So how we can...
Can you explain me that term? I'm not sure if we understand the same thing of that definition.
Yes. So being to possess a skill set that is applicable across various domains. So that's how we can kind of make it a measurable skill set. To how much you are adaptable, and that therefore functional or productive in an AI-first environment.
Look, I think that there are three attributes to this. One, definitely adaptability skills, right? Digital literacy is the outcome of that, right? Number two is problem-solving capabilities. While you would think naturally that generalism is going to be the way to go because AI is going to solve everything for you, I think it's the other way around, and that's where I would challenge you. I think the domain expertise is going to be extremely important. You remember that joke why the guy out of a small town charges just for one hammer hit 10,000 euros, right? And so I think domain knowledge is going to be extremely important, and generalism is going to be fulfilled by AI. And the third is thinking in frameworks and models. Look, I, for myself, I'm writing a lot of business use cases. I'm now in the real estate development industry, and I'm writing, I don't know, daily 3 or 4 use cases for plots that I'm discussing with colleagues in the banks, right, to get financing for. Before, it took me about a week and a half to get something that I'm done now in one day, one single day, right? All the analysis, all the background, all the flat mix, everything is and can be done within one day, right? And so what I needed for that is contextual awareness. So understanding the context is the biggest lack of these systems today because they lack infinite memory, they lack contextual understanding of the situation. So you, and this is my third point, you need to be able to transfer your framework, in your domain framework, into the system. And we are talking now about no-code systems, so that the system can help you to exploit its vast knowledge.
Yeah, Johannes.
Yes. Thank you so much. You said something extremely important, because that study from the MIT is crucial for the understanding of how we can successfully work in digitalization projects. And funnily enough, it was done in the department where I learned it. So the MIT has been trying to build a few courses around this because it was totally flabbergasting them because it's so high, the 95%. This is not where it should be. And funnily enough, the answer to that questions, I mean, to find out that they are failing is one thing, but to try to understand why they are failing, that was quite a journey. And this journey has not come to an end, but 2 of the learnings that were made were, on the one hand side, if you, from a technical architecture standpoint, don't understand enough about the use case that you're doing, in order to find out, can AI really help you with that? Can it solve the problem? Does it bring forte to your case? That's the one hand side. And there are matrices that the MIT developed where they say, if you are above a certain threshold, there might be a chance that you will succeed. So you can try to work along with that. But what turns out to be much more important is the business architectural part, if I may allow that term. If you as a manager don't understand what it's good for and what you want to do with it, and if you don't give the right directions to your architectural department, to the technical guys, you increase the chance of failure.
That's the domain knowledge I refer
to. Absolutely. And it's so important to emphasize on that, because in learning, in architecture, in manufacturing, and go through the branches, you will find the same pattern. To overcome the so-called hippo paradigm, it's the highest paid person's opinion. That was how decisions were made in companies for possibly centuries. So to switch that to fact-based decision-making, that is, for a lot of people, a very painful journey. So it's not anymore about the ego, the look at how my hair is in the moonshine. It's about, let's go down to the numbers, let's go down to the facts. And that, I believe, is a fundamental change that humans, from time to time, find difficult to adapt. But, thank you.
So true. I don't know if you want to reflect on this, or...
Talking way too much,
yes.
Please.
No, that's what I wanted to say, because everybody wants to do something with AI, but most of them don't know what to do. Exactly, because the point is, and that's also what you describe, it's like agile work method, that we don't, for example, in banking, it's not the way that the product development summarize something, sent through the IT guys and waiting for the development, and let's see whether it's work or not. We are not working here. We are these departments. I mean, business guys, IT guys, and also legal guys and back office guys working together to solve a problem and to reach a higher user experience, because the final goal for us to bring a better, more comfortable, easier service to the clients. And when we reach that goal, that development will be successful. That's the formula.
I want also to reflect. Can you remind us what does the research shows that what is the percentage of citizens and businesses using AI? In general, do we have that research?
I'm sure there is research out there, and if you give me 2 minutes, I'm gonna find it for you. Yes. But they might know it. There are hands up. How much?
Yes, there are 2 questions there. One, yeah.
Maybe we have an exact
one
number.
in the back. So 1, 2, 3. Maybe we can collect them, and for the efficiency of time, please start. Yeah.
Just gonna be brief. I'm not in business, but as a user, we live in 5 countries throughout the year, and we have a bank in all different countries, including Asia, in North America, and Europe. And becoming a digitalization make our life very, very easy and convenient. We use AI extensively to manage our health, finance, and so on and so on. But at the same time, the privacy, and I feel most comfortable in EU, that's where we live here the most, that because of that, Europe, human rights is most respected. And what's happening throughout the world is to keep the safety more government involved and keep everybody safe, you're giving up the privacy. So when digitalization of the identity, at the same time, I'm really scared. For example, let's say I digital myself in a blockchain, but if the quantum computer is, how secure it is. And many times, this company, the data was breached. What did they do? They try to make money. That is so important for them. At the same time, I feel like neglecting to make sure your data is completely secure. But we don't know how secure it is. When even the Pentagon was breached. Then, if I have all my data in one place, and I'm completely screwed if somebody breached that. So I have many emails and many different passwords to at least prevent, one password breaks everything. So what I wish EU is still, moving to the right because of various issues. However, try to keep the individual right of freedom and priority still, than security of the country. That's my comment.
Thank you. I'm so glad you bring this up. Looking forward to the comments. Next question, please.
Well, I just wanted to ask, I think Mr. Janza mentioned that 20% of any department should be trained to use AI. So what does this entail? Because exposure is out of question, that we are all exposed to using AI. And whether we have, I'm not sure we have, what percentage are trained properly and able to use it? Because what I see is that it's not even clear for the management what does that supposed to mean.
Thank you. And one in the back.
Sorry. Mine was more around the percentage of failure on the projects and the business architecture element. So it's more about, in my environment, we know that the number one reason projects fail is the human factor. The sponsorship and leadership engagement is not always there. So I was curious to understand how AI is going to improve that experience.
Great questions. How shall we start? I don't know. Yeah, one more. Okay, and
just one remark to your question. And I looked it up because I wasn't quite sure about the number anymore.
Me too.
So according to my source, it's 900 million people on the planet at the very moment using AI tools at the very moment. I was in a NATO environment where they said it'll be closing to 1 billion to the end of the year. That might or might not be true, but it shows how significant it is. And when you see what developing countries are doing with AI at the very moment, we've been discussing the agrarian data spaces that the United Nations are now building in India and where else. These are massive game changers. So the question then, of course, is how do you cope with it? And of course, the question of identity becomes more and more and more important.
thank you.
Sorry?
Yeah.
20% is essentially ensuring that you have enough mass in order to impact your entire department, right? So let's say in MSCI's terms, 7,000 people, 3,500 people are in IT. 700 people need to become, and I think that was your question, 700 people need to become digitally completely literate, meaning they understand all the various console tools that are out there. They are understanding the various offerings that are out there, what generative AI, multimodal generative AI can do for them, and that they can show that they can apply this on their day-to-day work in order to achieve that 19.3%, 19.6% productivity gain. And then their job is to multiply their knowledge and go to their colleagues and teach them, not via classroom, but on the job. Hey, I have a question. How do I solve this with AI? You could do this email much quicker this way. Or you could run this analysis much better. Oh, I don't remember how this Excel formula is working. Oh, here's a way. Just ask Grok, for example, or whatever tool you're using. I know. I brought this up because we had an example here. And I think that the question on regards failures, right? I need to look up the MIT research. Maybe Jonas, you know this better, but I presume that, as always, because big projects are failing, is the fact that people usually don't concentrate on small steps, on experiments, on building a hypothesis first, and then trying to fail fast and quick before putting in a lot of money into a project. So that's what I would say is the main reason. The second is lack of knowing what they want. They just want to do it because it's cool. And then third is a lack of execution. I would guess that's my hunch.
Well, absolutely. From the paradigm point, you're perfectly right. I'm just adding the numbers to it.
We don't know each other, by the way.
We never met. So but the thing is that the MIT tries to point out that if your business endeavor, the thing you try to reach with a digitalization, an AI move, shows in very early MVP, in minimum viable product stages, fulfillment rates around 80%, it's deemed to be a success. If it goes down below 50, don't try further. You might not succeed with it because you obviously have a problem that you haven't understood yet. Everything between the 50 and 80 requires further research before you really try to set something in production, if it is worth it or not. Because you might find out, I'm flattered, because you might find out that you have an architectural failure, that you have a failure in the thinking. Is your use case right? Is the expected outcome right? These are things that where you would want to put more research into that. But the 80 and the 50 threshold are, I mean, this is rule of thumb, of course, but these are the main values that you're coping with.
I don't know. It comes to my mind very important point I want to raise up. The bad guys, they are not sleeping. They are creating the platforms, how to fake the IT systems, how to steal the money, how to steal the data. And in that society, rapidly changing digital society and the business, you could not stay behind or neutral. You need to learn faster than these bad guys. And in that respect, some people still are lagging behind with those skills, with this knowledge. And I think that is one of the very important tasks of us professionals is to do the right communication, right messaging. Sometimes we are locked in our bubbles, like IT community, the lawyers community, then it's politicians community, and those bubbles, they are not connected. Therefore, we need to create the common language which would be understandable for those decision makers who employ AI, who would bring that to their companies, to their groups, to their communities, in order to be more speedy than these bad guys. So learning, but also the communication is the right communication, and advocacy is a big issue also in that our dialogue.
Thank you.
Just one remark for the 95%, whether it is a problem, because we are in a learning curve. If they are learning out of this failure, then the next 100 project, out of the next 100 projects, 80 will be successful. So I think it's could be natural at this point.
I think it's also very, very true. It also links to the other question. Maybe if I can have just one sentence from you on the security side, because you mentioned also in your presentation how important it is to have control over AI and the output that is used by your colleagues. And you said, yeah. Would you be able to link that or comment on this security side?
I wanted, thank you. Because that's very important how we use AI, because we get some free time out of AI, but we have to control AI, have to assess AI, and then correct the failures, because AI is something that gives wrong answers sometimes. So that's a constant work to improve this system, and we have to allocate more time on this side, and then we get a better result. Regarding the constant fight between good and evil, that's what I mentioned. That's how humans are. When there were no AI, no computer, they were just stealing money out of someone's pocket. Now bad guys went digital also. We have to fight with them, and that's a key area in the bank. IT security, fraud detection, and for that also AI and digitalization helps a lot to capture it, and in a lot of cases we can block suspicious transactions, and out of these suspicious transactions, some of them are fraudulent transactions, and we are stop these transactions, and that's a very important nowadays, that we are constantly learning learning from these fraudulent type actions in order to hinder this in the future. I'm very positive because that's more easy to stop the money flow, because when they get out of the money from your pocket, you cannot get back. But in the digital world, maybe you can get it back. It's not an easy task.
Yeah. On this cheerful note, if I may thank our speakers for the insights and the contribution and the great discussion, I would like to ask you to join me in thanking them.
And thank you for the lot of questions. It was very good.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. So we have now a very interesting presentation to come. Thank you so much. But what I would recommend is, it's called the Luncheon Keynote. So we have Prasad Besapatuni and Sridhar Kajepita, who is going to give the Luncheon Keynote. But to make sure that we are able to follow that through, I recommend that we go out for the luncheon, which is served outside, and in like 25-30 minutes, come back, bring your dessert, bring your coffee, so we can listen to the presentation. And to be continued. So please enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for these great discussions that we had during the quick lunch, and I really appreciate it because I think there's so much to gain from the personal discussions. We were criticized last time for having very little time for networking and touching base, but now we're having a fantastic and a very exciting topic and two fantastic speakers to address this. Thank you so much for coming to Budapest. Both of you have gone a long way, and we very much appreciate it because I think this expertise is unparalleled that you're bringing here. So it's an exciting discussion. And of course, let me just read out the topic, which is very, very timely. AI at scale, from enterprise innovation to economic transformation. Please welcome our speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So as the title says, we are trying to change the conversation from AI talk to AI walk. We picked a couple of projects that would demonstrate how AI is helping in business outcomes. So that's really the focus. But before I go to these two projects, and we'll put a spotlight on these two projects and what they've achieved, by way of economic outcomes. One of our quests always has been in the software industry to transform the art of software development into more of an engineering, industrialized discipline. And we stay at that effort as an ongoing exercise. Way back in the olden days, maybe the first sign of such effort was structured application development. And very soon we called it so sad. Right? Sad versus so. And then not too long after that came rapid application development, RAD. James Martin and all the different methodologies. And lately it is agile, and very soon we are finding that it's very fragile. and then of course the likes of Gartner, Google talks about fail fast, which is another way of implementing agile. Keep doing it, make a lot of mistakes, but keep innovating. Work on a platform that lends itself to changing and reconfiguration. So first slide, please.
Which one? Adunik. Here is your...
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so what we're going to present has three different aspects to it. So my name is Sridhar Kajipeta. I'm the founder and president of Adunik. Actually, Balazs has a nice joke about it. The word Adunik is a Sanskrit word, and it represents the modernization exercise that we go through in life. So his joke to me was, so you picked an ancient word to talk about modernization. But the point here is that the willingness to modernize, the willingness to question status quo has always been there in our genes. Right from day one, humanity has always been trying to look for better ways. So anyway, that's my company. And currently I'm also the COO and CTO of a company called 7T, which is an AI development company. So I'll be talking about the advisory aspect, the methodology aspect, and then 7T, which is an example of a project that has AI project that has produced phenomenal results. And then my friend here, who is founder of IntelliB, he's going to talk about a SaaS implementation that they felt it sits on the Salesforce platform, but they wanted to make it available to all the others, not just the Salesforce ecosystem. So they used AI to quickly redevelop it for all the other platforms. So those are the examples. So when we talk about development, we always think of 5 different phases. I call them the 5 Ds. And what I'm saying is, why is there a need to question these 5 Ds? And I'll come to that. And then we'll talk about the 2 projects. So these are the 5 Ds. All of us can relate to them. We start an exercise with discover, which is the ideation phase. Then we develop or define that idea some more. And then we design. And then we develop the system. And then we deploy. And then the cycle continues. It's very easy for us to think of any new development with these 5 phases, whether it's agile, fragile, whatever. End of the day, we take an idea and then go all the way to deployment, and we keep working on it till we get better. But if you look at modern systems, digital systems or AI systems, I always use the example of Uber to talk about this cycle. The number of changes that Uber introduces into their platform on a daily basis by region runs to hundreds. Those many changes they're able to inject into production. Because what happens in Hungary, let alone in the entire country of Hungary, just in the city of Budapest, could be very different from another city where there's an event and they need to have promotions and what have you. So the point of modern software systems, and obviously AI is going to help, is that hyper contextualization to different developing scenarios and your ability to move at speed of business. So you don't develop software for it to last, which is the worst thing to do. You make a car for it to last reasonably longer, but not software. Software is meant to be developed to adapt, and more so with AI-based systems. So what do we need to do to inject into these 5 phases for them to be more AI savvy is what we are going to talk about. Number 1, data centricity of AI systems. Because at the end of the day, AI feeds on data. Whether it is for writing reasons or whether it is for other industrial applications, garbage in, garbage out, or garbage in, hallucinations out, all kinds of things. So data centricity is very critical. And the model is continuously learning so that it can drift. I'm sure all of you heard of model drift. And then the other thing is, when you're developing a model, unlike in traditional software systems, the design that you come up with, don't be under any illusion that the design is going to stay stable. So you're going to get into a constant redesign mode. And explainability. And you're seeing that these days even with general purpose products like ChatGPT and everything. So when it gives an answer, it tells you what is it basing that answer on. So in an enterprise context, we have architecture patterns, and one of them that is very popular, we call it RAG. So it is basically, it grounds everything that it is doing in the context of the enterprise data. So for example, there's a big holiday coming up in the US that people always look forward to for sitting down with family. It's a 4-day holiday, Thanksgiving, which comes always on a Thursday. But the day after Thanksgiving, not every company gives it as a holiday. Some choose to do it the Friday, so that you have 4 days of holidays. So if you have a ChatGPT application in an enterprise that is not well grounded within the enterprise holiday policy, and I ask ChatGPT, hey, is this Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, a holiday? It shouldn't go out in the general domain of what is happening with all the companies and say, yeah, and day after Thanksgiving is a holiday. Instead, it should say, it is for this calendar year, for our company, yes, it is a holiday, or no, it is not a holiday. So that is what we mean by well-grounded AI. And it doesn't happen automatically. all of us in the engineering field, we have to implement these RAG systems that are, giving you that explainable, well-grounded answer. And obviously, things can get more complicated. RAG is just one basic form of architecture pattern. Lastly, version control. The artifacts that you use to develop AI is complex. You have to version the data that you're using, you have to version the prompts that you're using, you have to version the code, you have to version all the different cloud templates that you're using. So version control becomes even more of an engineering chore than in normal applications. So I tried to map here all the 5 phases, but at the bottom, around 10 different activities that are more AI-centric that we need to not forget about for this 5D development cycle to be complete for AI projects. We also developed an accelerator that we call Genie. So what it does is, if you give it a BRD, and if you don't have a BRD, we will give you a template that in conjunction with AI, you can create a BRD for whatever vision that you have, and AI will go through that and then say, you know what, when I look at your BRD, there are 5 areas that I can think of where AI can help you do a better job. So AI is going to assist you in identifying areas of automation. So that is the first part, the AI Genie. The second part, which cuts through the entire life cycle, I'm temporarily naming it as 5D gains, and you see how I worded gains, right? So the idea being, how can AI help in AI development at each of these phases, from discover, define, design, all the way to deploy, and to take care of all these detailed engineering activities, business requirements, data requirements. In fact, with AI, the first thing that you think of besides business requirements is, what data am I going to use? Because that is really the oxygen for AI development. And then it goes on, data preparation, and AI and UI prototyping, and model selection. In fact, Google has a very nice name. They're very agnostic. I mean, even though they have Gemini, they want you to do whatever you want. So they call it model garden. Yeah, go to my garden and pick whatever model you want. It could be open source, it could be proprietary from Google, it could be, and everyone is now following that kind of thinking because they really want AI to succeed, at least at this stage in the game. And data grounding, I just explained why data grounding is so critical, so that your applications are that much more explainable, that much more responsible for the context of the enterprise data. And then evaluation and testing and AI monitoring. Later on in the presentation, I'm going to talk about it. And Balazs, this is something that we can collaborate on. I'm working with a company called Authentics.ai, which is like MRI for the human body. It actually goes through the AI model and then tells you what path it is traversing, so that you can then adjust. You all heard the term fine-tuning, right? So it'll tell you what is happening with this model when it is working on your data, so you can fine-tune the model where you want to kind of customize it to your needs or produce better results for the data that you're using. And I'll give you an example of some of the issues that we ran into when we tried to apply. So, and then lastly, when you deploy, now you need to make sure that you have AI ops, which is actually, the term came much before than generative AI. It's been around, for the last 7-8 years. So it is AI automating a lot of the operational issues of applications. and then reviews and AI versioning. So that is what I'm calling 5D gains, which is an ongoing effort that will create it into like a platform or a like extension of an IDE, so that all the work that you do for AI development is aided by AI. So now I'll go through these 5Ds and talk about the different activities that you perform, the key deliverables coming out of each of these, but also the list of AI tools that you would want to consider for expediting your discover in this case. So there are tools, again, I won't go through each one of them, but, and we'll share these slides with you. So, and we are experimenting with a lot of them. For example, I'll just pick on each of these phases a couple of examples. I'm sure all of you are using, when you have these Teams calls or Zoom calls, you're using a product like Otter AI. Some people use Reader, whatever. The value you get out of these tools after the meeting, for those who were present, for other team members that you want to share it with. Let's say we were having a discover session, which is what this slide is all about, and everyone is talking, including the sponsor and the project manager, whatever, and they're all sharing a lot of ideas. It could be a 90-minute call. What was the gist of it that the designer should be worried about? And tools like Otter and Reader, they'll consolidate everything, summarize everything, and then help you quickly make sense of what transpired in these 90-minute meetings. And then that can then quickly drive your story points in your Jira board and what have you. Another revolution, or I didn't mention in my opening comments, that we recently went through, recently meaning 2016, 2017, we were talking about design thinking workshops. I don't know how many of you, so when digital transformation came along, we said, oh, you need a design thinking workshop. What was it? It was basically a fancy way of coming to a meeting with a bunch of stickies, yellow stickies, and then everyone who had an idea, they would write on it, put it on the whiteboard, realign them and everything. Well, we might still need design thinking workshops, but it should be AI powered. And there are tools now that can look at all of this and then make sense of it and then give you, the juice or the real nuggets for you to work with. So that's the whole idea of powering each of these phases with AI tools for us to be more productive, more action-oriented, and focus on insights rather than all the fat that comes with conversations. Then we're going to define. So then now you're looking at tools that help you envision, whether you're doing prototyping or you're using documentation tools like Confluence or Gitbook. Recently, we were experimenting something where we use Figma a lot in this company that I work with. So instead of doing a lot of UI design on the whiteboard and then translating that into a graphical tool, we started playing directly with Figma about different presentation ideas. And then at the end of that, because Figma is now AI enabled, it will generate React code for you that is ready to go. And when Prasad talks, he'll show you some of those examples. And of course, when it comes to design, we tend to think that AI today only helps development, that it can do code generation, code testing, whatever. But in design also, AI can act as an architect. AI can, the technology that I just mentioned about Authentics, it can help you pick the right model during design. And also during UI design, if you're not into things like React, you can use Streamlit, to do your UI generation. So there's a lot that that you can benefit from in using AI during design activities also. And then when it comes to development, here is where there's a lot that people can share with each other. It's been heavily used, is this whole AI for code generation, the foundation of which actually came from OpenAI. They call it Codex, and it is really the technology behind Copilot and what have you, and many other variants. We are very successful with one of them called Cursor, and it can sit on top of VS Code, and it's got a lot of plugins and whatnot. Lately, I'm hearing that Windsurf is challenging Cursor. So again, we are constantly trying to keep up with different tools, but we owe it to ourselves at this stage in the game to try everything and then keep this whole platform fairly open so that you can plug into whatever is the latest and greatest. Again, I won't go through all the tools here, but I definitely want to highlight, this is something I want to catch up with you later on, Balazs, is a tool called Best Defense, so that security, your application development is secured by design, called Best Defense, that can do pen testing and everything, but also can, wherever it finds compliance-related breaches, because AI, with all the evolving standards for, during lunchtime I heard that GDPR is not something that's uniformly implemented in all the different European nations, so each one has their own flavor. So the thing is, you can't catch up with all these evolving standards. So you need a platform to tell you whether you're in violation of any particular local law because you're launching this AI application. So things like Best Defense, that's just one example. It'll go and look at all these vulnerable areas for breach, and the feature it has is it has got a built-in AI remediation. Or it'll at least raise a ticket if it's a logic-related thing. Hey, buddy, go and so in your ServiceNow system, it'll raise an automatic ticket for you. So something that I wanted to pilot so we can talk about it. And then lastly, for deployment, again, you have all the cloud technologies for Docker and containerization, but also tools like Datadog. Datadog is something that I've had a lot of success for observability and monitoring, and all of them are also getting into AI-related remediation. And Great Expectations is another tool that not many people are aware of when it comes to the data hygiene in AI applications. So as the word Great Expectation says, you write your script in what you expect from your data, and then it then makes it a policy, and then at runtime it checks if your data is compliant with these data expectations that you have. So with that said, we're going to get into two projects which have produced business outcomes. So this session is all about, I said, it's not AI talk, it is AI walk, where AI is generating business outcomes or economic outcomes. So this project that I'm currently the CTO for, this company, is an unusual example of applying AI, not generative AI, deep learning in textile industry or in garment industry. So this company that we work with, they work with schools to design clothing for the athletes. And they came to us to develop a system using AI so that if there is a team of 30 athletes lined up in the gym, the AI system should speed up in terms of taking their measurements, and accuracy should be above 90%. It should detect different outlier body styles, because not every kid is perfectly shaped. And the measurements should be so accurate that once you pick the style of clothing, the order should be sent to wherever, China, Vietnam, wherever the actual clothing is made. So I'll take you through that journey. So the current system, which was developed in 2018, which was a digital system, meaning we were using mobile application taking 4 or 5 pictures, and at the end of it, it generated just a 2D picture, and then they were using markers, on the shoulders and what have you, and that's how they were generating the metrics. So that process didn't have an offline mode. It was not easy to use. The accuracy at its peak was only 70%, and the measurements were taking forever. So we looked at deep learning models, and from Meta, from Amazon, and finally we picked the model from Microsoft called Trellis, which was not even a dedicated model for measuring human bodies. It was a general purpose model. It would look at any item, take a couple of pictures, and it could be a piece of furniture, and then it would render a 3D, very accurate 3D diagram that you can spin around and do whatever you want. So after a lot of testing, even though it is not a dedicated system for human body measurements, we found that to be the most reliable. And and it is a model that is live and thriving with the support of Microsoft. There are new versions and whatnot. So let's see what results it produced for us. So at the top, you see the old system. And you see how for each athlete, we were taking more than 2 minutes. And we were getting 70% accuracy after 2 minutes of. With the new system, even though in this picture I'm showing 4, after a lot of prototyping, we decided that what we need are only 2 pictures. The A pose, we call it. The A pose, frontal, and 45 degrees. That's it. Trellis is smart enough to look at those 2 and give you this. And we are automating the whole thing. So using this, we can move the cursor wherever we want. And for example, when you put it on the waist or the hips, it knows the contour, and it gives you an accurate measurement of the body. And in our initial testing, the outliers were the problem. The CEO, she's a lady, she said, well, what about apple-shaped bodies? So we said, okay, give us some so give us some pictures. And then we trained the model on those pictures. And we did some pre-processing and parameter adjusting. We blurred the background so that the human body against the background stands out so that the model can read it properly. And so here are the results. We are able to, scanning time, cut it down to 30, 40 seconds. And we won't use any sliders on the 3D model. We will write post logic to automate that. We can support offline scanning, a whole bunch of things. So this is the outcome of deep learning, in this case, for this example. And they are going to do more business. They're going to keep these athletes happy. And the mothers and the coaches who take the trouble to bring them to the gym, they'll be done in less than a minute. So a lot of goodness is coming out of this. And the future of this application is you can take this 3D model, and we created a bunch of options digitally available, so they can even try it out on this 3D model. Okay, if I pick this, how does it look on my body? And with all they call it bursting, with all the glittery stuff, everything. And it'll drape it on this model like how it would be in real life. So that is an example of the outcomes that, in this case, deep learning has given us. And we just signed a contract. All of it was under the banner of POC, proof of concept, which was a paid POC. And now we are getting into the implementation. So with that, I'll hand it over to Prasad, who will talk about a SaaS application and how AI helped them to migrate.
Thank you, Sridhar. And thanks, Balazs, too. Thanks for inviting us here. So how many are in the technology space? So I don't want to bore you guys here. So I know some of you are policy, some of you are academicians. How many of you are actual IT, technology? Looks like none. So I see one hand there. I know Johan here. So it's coincidental. 3 of us were driving in a car. It so happened all 3 of us worked in one company in the past. How coincidental it is. Can you click on the slides, please? IntelliB. No, he has to first. First activate this. After this, I can take it. Yeah. IntelliB, yes. Thank you. So as Sridhar gave a prior intro, so we are a Salesforce partner, and we have been working on a lot of products, and we have a lot of products that are hosted on the App Exchange. So I don't know how many of you are used Salesforce in the past. Looks like not many. So one here, very nice. So if you have any problems, come to us. The next deck. No, you have to click on the next deck. IntelliB deck. It's a different deck, sorry. IntelliB. I gave you 2. Yes. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. So a quick intro about myself and my company. Am I going back or forward? Sorry. So we are a company based out of Detroit, Michigan, and as I said, we are a partner of Salesforce, and a lot of our projects and products are hosted on Salesforce too. And some of the things, we are Inc. 5,000 fastest growing companies in the last 3 years, and I've been awarded nominated for E&Y Entrepreneur of the Year, finalist last year. Hopefully, I'll make it to the list. And of course, we have a lot of certifications. I'll move on. So just to give a quick background, we have this product called IntelliHRMS. It helps companies in recruiting, HR, timekeeping, project management, things like that. And if you are a Salesforce customer, the base license is already included, so you don't need to pay extra. And if you're not a Salesforce customer, obviously you have to pay for the extra for the licenses. So it is becoming expensive for some of the customers we approach. So what we decided to do is host the HRMS product parallelly on a different product. It could be like Azure, AWS, Google, whatever it is, right? And so that, the customers don't need to pay the additional SaaS licenses. So we used AI, and I'll show you how fast we picked up on this one. So it helped us in terms of architecture, in terms of UI, database, backend, and in terms of architecture. I just wanted to let you know this ChatGPT is an honorary architect, DBA, UI developer, and a senior developer too. So basically, we could transform the whole code without boring all of you, right? In about a matter of 2.5 months, we could have taken a lot of people, this kind of a product, easily about anywhere between six months to 1 year with a team of about 10 people. That's what we develop our Salesforce product. But here, it just took us hardly 1.5 person. In about 2.5 months, we transformed the whole code. And I'll just go through some of the technical details, because I know some of you are not technical here, so I don't want to bore you here. So definitely just you take the prompt, and through prompt-based engineering, we're able to accelerate the architecture. So that's what Sridhar was saying. You don't need an architect anymore. So this was, of course, in this case, we already have a product, so it's easy for the application to see and transform. And for UI, we just need to do the design and also the code generation, almost, I would say 90% accurate. And it gives you the actual, actually I'll show you some examples here. So it just gives some prompts, and the whole UI is generated very, very fast, right? So that's where you can eliminate, and of course we consider other popular tool too, like Bolt and Lovable. So Bolt actually generates production-ready React and V code, and Lovable is more for mockups. And when it comes to Gemini, I think where AI is taking us, right? So now you're actually giving prompts, and it gives you the product. So now Gemini is making you a little bit more lazier. You don't need to give prompts, you just talk to it. So I'll just show an example here. I don't think this is going to work. Sorry about that. Is it possible to click on the link, please? Yeah, on that. Do you see a play? Yeah, please click on it. Thank you. So here I have an example where the developer is actually talking to Gemini. He's not giving prompts anymore. I need sound. We have no sound. You have no sound. So this is not going to work. It's actually interesting. Basically, what he's doing, right? That's okay. That's okay. So basically what the developer is doing, he's actually sharing his code and actually talking to Gemini. And it is giving you feedback and how to incorporate the changes, right? So what I was trying to say is, like, in the past, you have to, give the prompts. So it has even taken away that too. Now you talk to Gemini, and it gives you all the results, right? And also, if you want to generate code on the tablets, or if you want to do it on mobile, it can just like that very quickly make the changes. And similarly create database schemes. And then from a database to another, it's all fast and backend. And typically, there are multiple models, like Sridhar said. And of course, this particular cursor is actually helping you to choose whatever models automatically do. So even that, the cursor made it easy. And backend transactions, like we have a need where we want to parse the resume and get the data of the resume. So once again, in the legacy world, it used to take, good 3 to 6 months. The whole resume parsing, we used OpenAI. And using OpenAI GPT-5 and also Cloud APIs, we could do it in 2 days. So that's the speed in which you can develop a code today. Of course, it is scary. It's going to take a lot of jobs. And then I just want to summarize, right? So we migrated about 70%, because it's not 100% done yet. 70% of the code, we created about 70 pages, about 500,000 lines of code in the React type, and about 1 million lines in the C and .NET area. We created about 25 tables and close to about 1444 fields in just a matter of about 2 months, and with one developer, one and a half developers, right? And about 75% of overall project savings. So instead of having so much a big team, we could do it in a very short period, right? Any questions? Did you work for TCS too?
No, I got an offer from TCS, but I rejected it. And I work for Bosch. So basically I did a lot of writing code for automotive technologies. And the problem what I'm seeing with all these AI generated code, or you said that 70% of your code has been migrated, is with two people. If there is a problem in this code, who's going to maintain the code? Who's going to debug the code? How do you even know where to start looking? Because it's all AI generated. Nobody knows where things are. And the moment, as long as everything goes fine, you are fine. But the moment airbags don't deploy on time, no one knows where to even start looking into. So the code maintenance and code debugging, and there's just no verification flow. And hence, I'm just curious how you, what are your opinions around it?
Actually, very good question. I just want to show, some of these slides are actually generated by AI too, right? But it is not human ready yet. You got a good question, especially you have to go through a lot of iterations to make it ready for this presentation. So we thought we can do it very quickly. In fact, we spent more than 2 weeks now to get to this state, right? And my son, who happens to go to University of Michigan, he said, no, what the heck is this? And I don't understand. So he has to take some time to modify it. But you have a valid question there. So who is going to maintain? At least as of now, it is working fine. But we have to get to that stage where what happens to the production ready and deploy, how to debug and all that. It is able to do some of the testing, but we have to see that. I'll give it on to Sridhar.
Yeah. No, that's where the broader question of human in the loop comes in. So what is happening with software development is we have been using this term pizza teams lately. So pizza teams meaning a team of around 8-9 people working on a user story or even an epic. There is a product owner, there's a subject matter expert, there's a technical architect, the senior developer, developers, and testers. That size is going to shrink to the tune of at least 40%. But what would happen is the technical architect and the senior developers, they are the humans in the loop. So they will look at this productivity that they are gaining and look at all the code. And in fact, you don't need to let AI run amok. You can actually give it a template that you would consider as your application coding standard. And then whatever heavy lifting it is doing, it will do it per your instructions. So by doing that, you're automatically making AI behave and still add productivity. Where it adds productivity, what you would have wasted 2-3 days trying to look at some API syntax or a JSON file structure, whatever, all of that can be easily automated. Or something new came up and the developer doesn't have the aptitude to find it out. Otherwise, he would go call a senior architect. Well, the senior architect is in a different time zone. AI can play, so there are so many gains that but you have to responsibly use it.
The interesting part for me is that you and me are capable of using these AI tools.
Yeah,
but the problem is the entry-level jobs, the entry-level everything is in
but that's
a
the governance.
big
That's the
flux.
AI-related governance we have to put in place.
And okay.
Yeah.
First of all, you should have accepted the Tata offering. Secondly, I'm joking, of course. The thing is that this question is a very good question because the German automotive industry has been asking themselves exactly that question. And of course, you do know Catena X, the data platform for the German automotive industry. And funnily enough, we have been helping them to a basic understanding of what standard really means. So to have a sort of a platform that learns what a standard is, how it is applied, and who does not differentiate anymore if it was human-generated code or if it was machine-generated code. But it understands the purpose of what the application shall do and shall not do. And especially when it comes to security-related functions, of course, lives are depending on it. So you want this bulletproof. And this is exactly where you made, which I believe the right points, is the human control in the end of the day, but to have clear and understandable standards that you adhere to in order to make it testable, to make the functionality bulletproof, and to make sure that you don't have prosaic surprises in your code base that develop a very own little civilization on their own once left alone. But that is exactly the point. So let me emphasize again, standardization has gotten a totally different emphasis now than it ever had before.
In fact, you can use it to solve a lot of the problems with conventional application development. You know, one of the big problems with conventional application development, nobody documents anything. Well, AI can document it for you. And also M&A activity, when companies buy companies, they are no longer held hostage to the acquired company and all the intellectual capital that only sits in people's brains, because for them it is job security. Well, you can make AI go through all the code that they developed and translate that into English. So there are so many things that you can do with AI, and it's all happening, but all it requires is thoughtful use, responsible use, ethical use, and also, whether we like it or not, white-collar jobs are going to shrink. How do we do it in a manner that it's not hurting people and it is helping you redeploy them in areas where they could otherwise contribute?
Actually, I just want to play this video just to give the same example, right? How AI is able to fix the bugs with Gemini. Can you play the video? Yeah. Yeah. You can play the. You can't play the audio, right?
Hey Gemini, can you see my screen?
It looks like you're working on a coding project. I see a file called joblist.tsx open in your editor. Is there something specific you're working on related to this file?
Yes, in this file, so these jobs list are basically sorted by jobs ID. Now, what I want to do is I would like to sort based on the job posted date. So can you help me with this logic, and can you please find the errors where I'm facing to run this application, and please help me to fix this?
Okay, I can help with that. It looks like the code is currently sorting the jobs based on the job ID. To sort by the posted date, we'll need to adjust the sorting logic a bit. Can you tell me if the job posted date field is formatted as a string or a date type?
It's a date type.
Okay, great. Since the dates are already date type objects, we can directly compare them in the sort function. I'll make the necessary.
I'll pass it here. I think you got the answer right. So it can fix for you too. Yeah, but one thing it has generated, right? So very structured code too, unlike typical humans developing it, and you have to train the people how to use standards and all that. This is taking care of all that. So that's meant by the extensive savings we gained using AI. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this fantastic discussion and presentation. We very much appreciate it. Please join me thanking our speakers. Thank you so much. And I would like to go in immediately to the next panel, because we're having one of our speakers joining us online from Johns Hopkins University. So I would like to invite, well, what I would suggest is that you come join us, and we need 4 chairs. Please bring in some more. For this, we are going to have Professor Dr. Massimiliano Albanese. Thank you so much for coming to Budapest. We are honored to have you from the George Mason University, Professor and Associate Chair for Research, the Department of Information Sciences and Technology. Johannes Bernhardt, thank you so much for coming from Bonn Consulting. a German critical infrastructure expert, and Mihai Zala, our cybersecurity leader from Ernst & Young, to be moderated by Balazs Scheidler, CEO of Exaflow. And we have online joining us Professor Dr. Alex Szalai from Bloomberg, Distinguished Professor Director of the Johns Hopkins University. Thank you so much for joining us online. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the quick introduction and for quickly taking the stage. And I hope Alex is online as well, so I can see him now. Yeah. Hi, Alex.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
So this group is a difficult group because we have, like 4 or me included 5 panelists here, and with very, very different backgrounds. So Mihai and myself, we are. Oh, sorry. So we are some people from the academia, like Alex and Massimiliano, and then we have Johannes here with a critical systems background, and Mihai and myself, we are from the cyber field, and we are going to talk about AI. And when I was thinking about the opening line, it wasn't easy to come up with a good summary. But for that reason, let me start with a quick intro round. So I would like every one of you to come up with a very quick introduction, just describe us how you encountered AI, LLMs, Gen AI, or whatever you want. So how you encountered that the first time? What was your... So when did you understand that this is going to be something that's new and that's shocking and that's different? I don't know where we start. Maybe let's start with Alex because he's online. So let's start there.
Okay. Hi. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm Alex Szalai. I'm a Bloomberg Distinguished Professor at Johns Hopkins, and I've been running the Data Science Institute for Johns Hopkins for the last almost 20 years. And recently we are getting involved in a big way in AI. And so we are in the process of hiring 110 faculty just dedicated to AI at the university. And I'm the lead in the infrastructure side of that project. And I have a professorial appointment both in physics and in computer science. And my involvement with this started about 30 years ago when we got into a large sky survey project which generated an unprecedented amount of data, and Hopkins got into the archiving of this data set. So this was our involvement in big data. And then there was a straight pass, to everything computational in science. So my first encounter with LLMs was, so we built the archive, a SQL archive for our data. It is now almost a petabyte of astronomical data. And when the first language model started to appear, one of my colleagues showed me that, okay, ask anything about your sky survey. And I said, okay, I ask, a typical question that extracts me all the galaxies which have this property. And amazingly, it actually understood our database schema, and it wrote a very comprehensive and almost accurate SQL query. And this was in the early days, so I was completely blown away by, the information it had to digest. And now I'm spending essentially almost all my time on AI-related things.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. Johannes, could you go next?
Well, more than happy to. I started reading AI concepts in the 90s in my university days. It was all theory back in the day, and I proudly built my first computer by hand, and of course, nothing that you could program came even close to that because the computing power was not there. So I've been looking at the Sleeping Beauty for 15 years, 18 years, and I was totally amazed when computing power then allowed the first language models, the first real machine learnings, and that's how it evolved. I was critical about the idea that that we would really come to the point where computational power, according to Moore's law, is evolving to a sort where it came, but it happened. So we were in 2015-16. We were building the first predictive models for logistics supply chains on actual events. So we gathered unstructured data from the internet. In these days, Twitter was still open. So in countries in Africa and Asia, people use Twitter to tell about a roadblock or a police blocking or. So we collected all these data and tried to make out the possible route changes for DHL trucks. So that was amazing. It was unparalleled. We had to use neural networks, of course, because we had no other forms of how to develop it. But to play around with that and to see that it comes into life was amazing. That was my first encounter, building that root and risk platform.
Yeah, thank you. Mihai?
Probably I am one of the non-scientific people in this room. So I was always working with cybersecurity, so security questions and cryptography, where we see already new challenges due to AI. And actually I faced it years ago, but in the last 2 or 3 years we started to deal with, and we already try to use it day by day in the practice. So we live from revenues. So we have to have revenues, we have to collect people, we have to train them, we have to work and to make different engagements for different clients. And we see spaces where it's a very good tool, and I still await the miracle. So it will come in 1 year or 2 years or 5, I don't know.
First encounter with LLMs? What did you do?
So around 3 years. So
what did you do with it?
First I was using EY's tools and then ChatGPT, and since then we try to be familiar with several others as well.
Okay. Massimiliano?
So I'm in cybersecurity. I've been working in cybersecurity for the last 14 years. And my work in cybersecurity has been more on the modeling side, using mostly graph theory and a lot of work on metrics. So I never had the need so far to get into AI, ML, or anything of that sort until a couple of years ago. And that involves also Balazs and NewPush, because we were running an NSF-IUCRC, Industry University Cooperative Research Center, and NewPush was one of the, among others, one of the member companies. And so 2 years ago, when we were about to wrap up this project and thinking about the next chapter and of this, I came up with the idea of focusing on infrastructure security. So I wanted to create a next generation center on lessons learned from the previous one, focusing our security efforts on critical infrastructure. And I remember, pitching this to the board at this meeting in Colorado, and the industry board for that center said, you need to bring AI into the picture. Because this is where everybody's going, and there will be no security without even considering the role of AI. So that's where we came with the idea of a center in infrastructure security in the era of AI, which we are trying to establish as a new NSF-ICRC center. But as you probably know, NSF, as many federal agencies in the US right now, it's experiencing significant funding cuts. So we are trying to figure out a way to reinvent ourselves and to survive through these difficult times. But going back to the role of AI, it's clear that we need to integrate AI and security, because we are facing adversaries that will be increasingly using AI to automate attacks. And we need to level the playing fields. We will not be able to face these threats without using AI for defensive purposes, because otherwise we'll not be competing on the same fields with our adversaries. So I'm very interested in how AI can support security in two ways. One is, of course, defensive, by creating tools that leverage AI to automate and speed up our ability to defend and adapt to adversaries, but also use AI to understand how attackers are operating, how they're using it. So by knowing better what they're doing and how they're using AI, we can be better prepared to respond. Years ago, we did a more than 5-year project, MURI-funded project on the concept of cyber situational awareness. And we understood that in order for you to have effective defenses, you need to understand two things. One, you need to understand what you are defending. You need to understand the infrastructure that you're defending, its vulnerabilities, the dependencies, but you also need to understand the attacker, what they're aiming for, how they're operating, what their motives are, and so on and so forth. So it's a two-sided problem.
So this is a bit, we gear towards AI and security as a topic, so let's continue there maybe, and then also address the challenges in academia with regards to AI. And what you mentioned is the use of AI when securing ourselves, but what about AI security itself? So how to secure AI models, what kind of guardrails are there? And
that's a very good question. In security, there has always been this notion of security perimeter. And in the old days, it was clear what the perimeter was because systems were pretty much well-defined within the confines of a company, of an organization. So everything that was inside was good, everything that was outside was potentially bad. Now, over time, with the new waves of technologies, that boundary between the inside and the outside world has been eroded. And I think the first major technological innovation that contributed to eroding that boundary was cloud computing. Because all of a sudden, companies started to outsource significant portions of their operations, whether through infrastructure as a service or platform as a service or software as a service. But the bottom line is some of the operations were being moved to another provider. So now that provider became part of the attack surface. There was no perimeter anymore in the classical sense. And now with AI, it's a similar problem because when we say, okay, companies are adopting AI, what does that mean? They're using AI providers that are, again, residing on a most likely cloud infrastructure or a computing infrastructure which is outside of their premises, it's off premises. So we have the same technical issues we had with cloud computing in general. And on top of that, there is an added piece to the attack surface, which is the data and the models.
So supply chain is basically
but essentially, if you're relying on AI to do part of your defense, an attacker could compromise your security by compromising the data that you're using for training, compromising the model. So what this translates to is that you now have a larger attack surface. You don't have to just protect your infrastructure. You need to protect the AI models and protect the data that is being used for training.
Sure.
To prevent poisoning that could lead to making the wrong decisions down the pipeline.
Absolutely, great points. Johannes, you.
And that is a very important point that you're making because the shift from, there is this bad Portuguese script kiddie trying to hack my financial applications or sending me phishing mails has completely shifted into combined hybrid attacks by organized groups that are really trying to get your silverware. That's a game changer overall. That complete states are now trying to destabilize physical infrastructure, energy, and not only using code, which partially is AI generated, which we can prove, but also using drones, using physical attacks. So really starting a hybrid war against infrastructure, that's a total game changer. And that has changed, I think now in 25 dramatically. Even today, the Munich airport is down due to Russian drones over it. It's not funny anymore. And the Berlin airport is down due to a cybersecurity attack. So
not to mention JLR, right?
Huh? JLR, totally different ballgame. They closed down the whole factory until
for
October.
3 weeks or so.
Yeah. So that is, it's having a multi-billion impact. And funnily enough that you're mentioning it, the Pat Vaughn, the former CISO of the US Army, he was telling us over and over, it's not about the perimeter defense anymore, because and you exactly make the point, it's not able to define the perimeter anymore. So don't think about that, think about how you're getting back on your feet once you took the hit. And that seems to be the much more advanced point of strategy that you would be using now to see, how do I save my data? How do I protect the data model? Yeah? The Chinese and Koreans are working on server farms, how to spill large language models with crap data in order to force bias on it.
But let's assume for a moment that the AI is benign, okay? So it's not been poisoned, it's working as intended. What are the risks in that case? I mean, I still see AI supply chain as a, we are trusting companies. It's a very concentrated trust. So what can possibly go wrong with that? I mean, let me give behind the word just for a moment, because
I think in this case we have to take the typical supply chain risks, and so who wrote the model, who was feeding it, what do we have originally from it? If I talk to someone, is it a real person or not? How we realize that it's an AI pattern or not? But coming back a little bit, because I heard several very good sentences already at the beginning from the Obuda University, when we are talking about, when the colleague was talking about how the life is changing, or what you say that script kiddies are not away, they changed with AI to real danger, so they can attack several victims parallelly. So everything is changing, and I was wondering that I work with cybersecurity day by day working methods, and nowadays OWASP top 10, or if we see the typical vulnerability patterns, everything has changed. So I see my colleagues, and we run after the technology, we run after AI, we try to use AI because attackers also use it. And especially 2025 is a totally different year. So we cannot use the old methodologies at all. And we were talking also in the break, and I thought that we have, for example, financial institutions who order afraid of attacks, what they suffer day by day, on the same applications every second month. Mm-hmm. And it's still not a solution. And it's a supplier appliance who obviously doesn't give the source code to the financial institutions, because they could give it to 30 different financial institutions, because everybody is using the same application. And until we cannot achieve that clients understand that the whole life has changed. We were talking, so we had the deputy CEO from Granite Bank, and he was talking about fraud questions. So maybe you have read, at least in Hungary, that Giro has introduced from 1st of July this anti-fraud tool, which was, I tell only things which were written in the media. So it was introduced or developed by Telecom, and we were actually working on it as well as quality assurance from security part. So everything went smooth. We have 5 seconds for instant payment in Hungary, up to 20 million forints, which means that if it disappears, then you will never see it again. So then we know that majority of the financial institutions, they do not have any such applications. Therefore, centrally it has been decided by the National Bank, and from these 5 minutes, the minimum threshold, so the maximum threshold,
5 seconds.
A half second was given from 5 seconds to turn back the suspicious.
So half a second to decide whether something is fraudulent.
So and then, since then, there were 3 months to collect the data for AI, and now the AI application, which was delivered by Telecom, now started to work. To sort out patterns. So the whole life goes this way, and I am sitting here as I would understand something, but I have to tell you that I see it probably on one hand from my perspective, which is a daily work perspective, and I always try to hear new things, but I don't know what will happen in January.
I mean, we get tremendous amount of
The more
speed.
you learn, the less you know.
Exactly.
We get tremendous amount of speed and capacity with AI, I think. But I mean, just to continue on the cyber theme, I mean, again, let's assume that AI is benign. We are building it into all of our solutions. I mean, I know.
It's an assumption.
Yeah, but let's assume for a moment, okay? There is a lot of concentration in this field. I mean, how many big providers of AI are out there? I mean, we have just seen that, I don't know, NVIDIA invested over $100 billion into OpenAI the other day. I don't think many other organizations will get the same set of funding. So in that case, are AI companies a new risk or a new angle of, you know, potential risk? Alex, can you maybe add your thoughts about that?
Well, so actually, as I was listening to the discussion, there was one other thought that occurred to me. So basically, there is this extreme agility in this field. So that the different technologies, the new technologies leapfrog each other every 6 months. And we can see it on the way the drone warfare is, for example, emerging, enabled by AI, that a single individual can buy basically a state-of-the-art drone, but to deploy defenses over a large attack surface takes basically a governmental scale involvement, which requires a year to deploy the technology. So that guarantees that the defenses will be always 2 generations behind. So is this actually a challenge? That how can one actually bridge this challenge? That you know, okay, so the defense will catch 99% of the attacks, but there will be always in the tail a few attackers who are using more advanced technology than the governments and the defense is based upon, even if it is happening on the scale of OpenAI. Because if they want to deploy 100,000 GPUs, then there will be always somebody who can buy actually the next generation, as 1 or 2 of the next generation GPU and use it basically for an attack. So what do you think?
Janis, would you add some more thoughts?
This is an excellent point, and it feeds into the how do you get back on your feet once you took the hit? Because the lack of definition of the parameter on the one hand side, and the idea that you are that once you stumble, you really lag behind in the race for the technology. And we're seeing that in Germany on a massive scale in the lack of drone defense that we have. So we're working on it, and we're using hefty AI models in order to catch up with that. But we see once you try to start in the middle of the race, you have to catch up. So it takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of brain to get onto that train then. We've been discussing that last night, right?
And to your point of getting back on your feet, there is a formal definition, a formal framework of doing that. It's called cyber resilience. So we are moving, or we should move from the traditional approach to cybersecurity, which is mostly trying to prevent, okay, which does not always work, to cyber resilience, which includes anticipating, responding, recovering from, and adapting to change. So we need to anticipate, and that's where probably AI could be the most useful because it can help us understand patterns. It can help us interpret data into a context in which, into the context in which things are happening. But we need to, again, anticipate that some of those attacks will eventually be successful. We will not be able to prevent all possible ways an attacker will try to attack us, especially when we are dealing with nation states and very resourceful attackers. We're not talking about script kiddies. We're talking about other states. We're talking about criminal organizations. We're talking about political activists that are trying to create big disruptions. So yes, we need to respond, but we need to anticipate the fact that some of those will be successful and have strategies to recover from those. There have been examples of ransomware that have disrupted entire organizations because they did not have sufficient plans on how to recover data if their primary data sources were to be victims to a ransomware attack. So if you have a serious plan where you anticipate those kind of things can happen, you could simply say, brush it off. I mean, somebody is locked your entire data repository, and you say, okay, forget it. I'll just wipe it off and rebuild from my backups, which were kept updated to the last 5 seconds. So I'm going to lose 5 seconds worth of work. I mean, this is a bit extreme, but that's the idea. We need to be prepared.
I mean, preparation is key. I think we would all agree to that. But I would just try to go back to the ground level for a moment and be more practical. I do think that AI is not a magic wand. Okay.
No, it's not.
So an AI cannot do more than what us humans can do. Maybe it can scale better. It can be faster, but it will not, get information out of thin air. So what I would go or steer the conversation is, there are still tasks and, things to do so that AI works better. I mean, like collecting data and maybe make sense. I mean, make sure that it's complete and it's fine and dandy.
Yeah, this has been discussed already, earlier this morning. But the question is AI a tool? Is AI a technology? Is AI intended to replace humans, or is intended to work with humans? And my take on this, and we have several pending proposals. The idea is AI is indeed a technology. It's a very powerful technology that can be used for improving the throughput, improving productivity if used correctly. But it's not yet mature enough to replace humans in certain tasks, especially in the security domain. So we did recently, in the last few months, as part of a project, we did 40 interviews of CIOs, CEOs, and one of the questions was, would you like to automate some of your security functions? And the overwhelming majority of those people said, yeah, eventually this is where we're trying to go, but we don't trust AI yet to make these decisions. So you cannot completely leave decisions when we're talking about security to an automated tool, because AI can make mistakes. And you don't want an automated tool to make decisions that could have more negative effects than benefits without any kind of human supervision. So far, the most promising approach, based on not just my opinion, but on the opinions of this different groups of people, is to have AI as a partner. In fact, there is a proposal that we submitted on this idea of co-teaming between humans and analysts, where human and AI agents, where the AI agents would be treated as a sort of apprentice who work closely with the humans, but at the same time learns from the human analyst, because the human analyst will provide constant feedback to the AI agent by judging the work done by the AI agent, by judging the recommendations and providing feedback whether those recommendations were accurate or were completely out of place. And having the agent learn from this process.
And I think there is one point that we need to go a little bit more into the detail, because assuming that AI is benign, which I doubt, but that's a totally different story. Because what we know what AI is not is it has no empathy. So it can do face recognition, so it can say if you're
it can simulate empathy.
No. But that's the point. Face recognition software can tell you if you're angry, sad, if you have certain sicknesses, rah-di-rah-di-rah. The quality of the analysis is almost perfect, but the machine never knows what to do with that until you tell it what to do with that. A machine never has intuition. So it will follow some sort of pattern that it receives that humans might not understand. So it looks like magic how they derive their decision. But once you can go through, it's always a mathematical way. This is not intuition. Yeah. Humans have intuition, which is a totally difficult and complicated
but
field.
Isn't just the question of numbers? How many?
No, it's not. Okay. No, it's not. Definitely, there is a lot of research going on to try to understand what the difference is. It has not come to an end, but empathy, curiosity, and intuition. If you put these three into the race, you might find that slight, that thin division between what the machine can do and what it not can, and where humans should be in control.
So my next question would be about responsibilities, but let's give Alex the
so you know, we talked about what is AI, and in many ways it is actually probably the biggest disruption that has ever happened in computing. So computers up to this point have been fully deterministic. So I took the same code and ran it on a different platform, and still the result was exactly the same. It was fully reproducible. I take a deep learning, I take a neural net, train it on a set of data, then it will give on a certain input, it will give a certain response. I take another neural net, train it on the same data, it will not give the same result. It will be stochastic. So computing suddenly moved from deterministic and reproducible to something which is randomized. And this is a very deep disruption. It happened in physics 100 years ago when quantum mechanics appeared. And it completely disrupted the community. So basically, it was the 20-year-olds which embraced the idea, and then the 50-year-olds were scratching their heads to understand what's going on. And lo and behold, look at who is writing the most interesting papers on AI. It's the 20-year-olds today. So it's a fundamental change, and the implications, we have no idea where this is going to lead. But it will be, it changed, computing is changed, period.
So the engineer asks me, the engineer inside me asks whether AI is a random generator at the end or not. But anyway, so what about responsibility? Is AI an apprentice? If it is, we are going to entrust AI with decisions going forward. We already do. And who is responsible for those decisions?
Well, if you don't...
Yeah.
You will always be responsible for what you're doing. So if you let your Tesla car decide to run over a red traffic light, it'll be you in jail, or Elon Musk having a problem, but never the car will not go to jail. So liability and responsibility cannot shift. The questions whether you trust a machine about your financial decisions, or should I call my mother, or should I go out when it's a hailstorm, that's your responsibility. If the AI tells you, hailstorm, not a problem, go out. Don't take cover. So it'll always be you in the end of days. That's what I believe.
You made an excellent point. AI should be treated as an advisor as much as anyone else. You ask for advice before making a decision. You made the decision based on some advice. Whether it's a person, whether it's a machine.
Okay, so I think we...
There's a question.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll give you mine.
Thank you very much for this inspiring discussion. Critical infrastructure and AI. Imagine that we are sitting here in the Munich Security Conference, where the room is full of the prime ministers and the presidents. What would be your message to them on the critical infrastructure and AI? And if it would be call for action, for which action would you call?
If I may, if you don't mind, the first call, the first thing that I would say is think about data autonomy. Think about the value of your data and how you protect them. That's the first thing. The second thing is, would you let a machine take a decision for you that you don't understand anymore and that you cannot reproduce? So transparency in decision making will be one of the core fundamentals for using AI for the future. Because especially when you look into the direction of the Palantirs and the whatnots of the world who are doing thorough analysis which will decide about the life or death of people, it'd rather be transparent and it'd rather be in a way that people can work with that responsibly. That would be my major take on the Munich Security Conference.
What I would say shortly is don't wait until it's too late. Because one thing that is inevitable, if you look at how infrastructure is designed, and in the US there is this agency, it's called CISA, Cyber Infrastructure Security Agency, which essentially is in charge of protecting critical infrastructure. And they came out with the definition of 16 critical sectors: water, energy, nuclear, and so on and so forth. But the interesting thing about these different sectors, if you look at the definitions, they are interdependent on one another. So energy is not a sector by itself, but other sectors depend on energy, like transportation depends on energy. Manufacturing depends on energy. You compromise the energy, the power grid, there will be cascading failures on many other sectors. So we need to understand, first of all, what we are dealing with. And in today's world, everything is interconnected across domains, but also we have moved toward this idea of cyber-physical systems, where systems that were normally air-gapped, they were purely mechanical systems, completely isolated from the rest of the world. Now, anybody in China, anybody in a foreign country can hack into a computer system from the comfort of their house and disrupt physical infrastructure in another country, because everything is interconnected. And when the complexity of these systems grows, we kind of lose sight of what we're dealing with. And it's very common to see, disruption to a computer system managing the reservations of airlines. The whole system shuts down. You're not able to fly a plane because you are not able to verify who is supposed to be on that plane. So we need to act before the day we will have such a major disruption that the world will come to a stop just because we're not prepared. So that's the message for the people in charge of running the world, running the countries. And then leave the technical people, leave us, academia and industry, to figure out the solutions, but give us the mandate to help solve these problems. Invest in innovation.
Most definitely.
Thank you, Massimiliano, for this great segue that you offer me to give a question, because I wanted to go back to this great panel. I want to take Alex back to memory lane about 7 years ago. You were showing us a massive database. Earlier, when you introduced yourself, you kind of mentioned that you're into data science, but I think people cannot, by those words, imagine the size of the data that you're handling. I think back in the a decade ago, you were already handling dozens of petabytes of data in relational databases. For those of you who that means something, and you were kind enough to take a look at what we were doing, at some point, I don't know if you remember, but you told us, oh, well, guys, do you guys know what you're doing? And we're like, well, Alex, now that you ask, like, maybe we don't know the answer. and you said, well, you guys are building the ontology of cybersecurity. And you gave us such a clarity of what we were unconsciously doing. You allowed us to take it to the conscious level that we since then relentlessly pursued that. And you allowed us to be like a David that could come up against Goliaths and in enterprise environments, show to really big players how it's done. But the reason I'm talking about this today is, and that ties back to our moderator, so you're going to have to talk a little bit about that too, is in most areas today, we don't have stewards of ontology. And most of the topics that AI is unleashed on, it's unleashed without a proper ontology. It's unleashed without a proper understanding of the data. And my question is there a chance of us being able to work on some mechanisms that help people with building ontologies either on the fly or somehow help them with that? Because you certainly helped us, and I was wondering that with these new tools, do you have something in mind that could help?
I think it's happening. So because I can ask questions to ChatGPT or Claude or whatever to kind of collect a lot of data in a particular domain, which is in different formats, in different forums published. In some of it is in papers, others is in books, others in other part of the data is in blog, and it's in all different contexts. And I think today, actually, the language models are becoming smart enough to figure out the context around the data items, to figure out their meanings. Effectively, they are building their own ontologies. They don't express yet it in a way that it would be easy to comprehend, or would match the data models or so. But I think they find the correlations, and this was where the transformer technology was so important, that it was starting to look for long-range correlations in the corpus of data. So I think this is kind of in my mind, it's a done deal. It's a solved problem, but we are too dumb to understand how they organize the data to some extent. But it would be important. So these are some of the things that I think we as scientists will also have to do, because scientific data and the ontology for scientific data is also much less advanced than we would like to be. And it would be nice if actually the AI would build these ontologies for us in a comprehensive fashion.
But do you think the humans will agree with what is being presented by AI? Because I see the different forums and I still see the same decades-old problems, that the sales department defines customer differently than the support department, and they still define it differently than marketing. And how can we leverage AI to bring them on the same page?
Ask them to explain to the other. So put a prompt that explain to the customer division.
I mean, maybe we shouldn't solve social problems or organizational problems with AI. I mean, that's where we are there for, right? I mean, if all aspects of life is becoming AI enabled, and we are going to use robots to fix our electricity and plumbing and stuff like that. So we should still see our role in that society, I guess.
But tell us more about it, Balazs, because you have also informed our thought process on this huge amount of data, and how we make sense of it. So I asked Alex about how to structure the data, and you are more on the completeness side.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about a bit that when I asked about going to AI is not a magic one. We need to give it data and garbage in, garbage out. I mean, those kind of sentences or statements are all true. And I do believe that databases or inputs or contexts or information that the AI works on needs to be in a format that is not right still. I mean, we were talking about petabytes of data stored in relational databases. I don't think an AI would be, with its token counts, with its scale right now, just turn that into something that's a really great data source to do the analytics on. But
I have a thought on this. Somebody already mentioned RAG, retrieval augmented generation, and that is sort of like going back to the basics, because first generation of LLMs were just producing garbage, text. You teach somebody to speak English, to put words together, and they can produce something that is grammatically correct, but it doesn't make any sense, right? The first time I asked, in earlier version of ChatGPT, that I asked about myself, who is Max Albanese? And he said, he's a professor at Purdue University. Where he got it from? So maybe that there was some bits of information in the training data, some web pages where there was some mention of me being a professor at a college or something, and it just filled the blanks with something that was reasonable, statistically speaking and semantically and whatever.
And then the random generator.
But it was just random, right? Now, of course, it's more accurate because we went back to the basics and say, we cannot just generate random stuff. We need to ground it in facts. So let's go back to do more traditional kind of stuff, right? And the problem with the solutions that was mentioned is the randomness, okay? Is that randomness a result of something on which you can have different opinions or you can phrase it in different ways and still be valid? Or it's just because it's random stuff, okay? So we will never be able to rely on AI until we have results that are random, that are not explainable, okay? And I will give you an analogy that is completely outside of this. So in the US, there was a trend to move elections to voting machines, okay? And states started to adopt voting machines until they realized we cannot trust them because there is no proof. Once we want to do a recount, there is no way to trust the results because we have no proof of how people actually voted. So states like Virginia, who had moved to voting machines, went back to what? Paper ballots. Because with paper ballots, if there is any question about the legitimacy of results, you pull back the boxes with the paper ballots that people have voted on, and you can recount them. And that piece of paper tells you how the voter voted. If the vote was purely electronic, the only thing you have is an electronic record saying that somebody voted for this candidate. Is that true? Or that record was altered even before it was recorded into the machine? There's no way to tell. So now, everybody's going back to paper ballots. So sometimes you go down a path and you realize that it is a dead end and you need to take a step back and do things in a more traditional way that can give you some confidence in the results. So I think with the AI, there's a lot of hype. Everybody treats it as a magic wand, the holy grail that can solve the humanities problem. But maybe we need to take a step back and rethink some of the aspects and some of the way in which we are using it.
Yeah, I mean, would you add 2 and 2 using an AI? I mean, can you do it? Yes. Should you? I mean, deterministic calculations may not apply as easily to AI. We can do it sometimes, but the randomness actually kills the purpose. So, so maybe AI is not for everything, and digitalization is not for everything, like the voting example you just said.
Right. But this is I'm sorry.
Another signs that, in addition, for example, to RAG, that some models are going back to more traditional ways of doing things. There are some specific types of prompts which will result in, under the hood, ChatGPT generating Python code that then processes what you need to process. So essentially, it creates a deterministic way of answering your question. So it translates your prompt into...
That's the point. That's the point, exactly.
Yeah.
Because the question you're asking will have a totally different answer if you talk about child education, because a child needs to know what 2 + 2 is, and it needs to be able to determine how to sort 2.5 frugal pupillion minus 9. They need to do that because your brain is the muscle that you're using that with. But beyond the understanding of how you model it, how you use the model, and what is the expected result of the model, you can trust a machine so far as long as there is a deterministic approach behind that. When it goes beyond that, you should be really, really skeptical about the result. Give me proof of that. Give me the evidence of that. Tell me how you approached it. So, and a lot of AI machines are not able to do that properly.
I mean, the best, one of the best things AI can do is excuse itself, right?
In poetical ways.
Yeah.
Maybe a practical example. So, you know, we have this NIS2 regulation, which is funny because we still use old but still existing different standards. So we are using ISO 27000, we are using this NIST 800-53, which was taken in Hungary. And as registered auditors, we decided that, okay, let's have a tool where we sort out from written texts the controls. And the unfortunate in this situation that we have 1,400 questions per electronic information system, which all of them have to be answered, and it has to be reasoned. And we're already using the CERT LLM. We tried out everything, and it's not able. And we are battling for 10 months. Simply we cannot achieve a level of trust where we say, okay, then we achieve 90%, humans can make more mistakes than 10%, then okay, we accept it. It's not working simply. And all the others who are registered auditors face the same problem. We are not able to use it. We can use it very nicely for spear phishing attacks, writing
incident reports,
phishing emails and everything. It's really a nice variety of possibilities, but immediately where it has to do something, it doesn't seem to be very complicated, but probably it's still too complicated for the AI.
So checking on the time, we don't have much left. So as a final question, and I would open that to the audience as well. So what would you take home from this discussion? Is there anything you learned or a new insight that you would take home from here? Alex?
I think what I learned most is actually the difference. So basically the resilience, the word cyber resilience. I wasn't as familiar with it, and I think I'm going to think a lot more about it. And also how to implement, what is the implication also for scientific data, because it's only a question of when will we be hit with a cyber attack that attacks our data sets. So,
Great point. Johannes?
That would be my point as well. A thing that is coming out for me very clearly today is, with all the reactions from the different participants, is that there is a 360 on the perception of what AI can do for us. It can be a tool, it can be an ontology, it can be anything for us. But out of this comprehensiveness of understanding, how do we protect it? How do we protect our civilizations against the intoxication of language models, which is on the brink of happening? So protecting academic data, protecting the industries, is a tremendously important point, and that's one of my key takeaways for today, that we have a mile to go there. From identity to the questions of hands-on cybersecurity that you're talking about, into a resilience model that requires a sort of comprehensiveness.
Yeah, very simply, so already at this stage we need some new approach to security. So everything has already changed.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
For me, the bottom line is we have a lot of work to do, and we need to be more realistic about how AI is going to be integrated in everything we do.
Mm-hmm. Anyone from
Actually, one more thing came to mind. So about 2 years ago, I heard Yuval Harari give a talk about the emergence of AI, and he started his talk with the dramatic sentence: "The operating system of the human race has just been hacked."
And I really like that point, so that you pointed out also. Yeah, for me, the ontology thought, I really like that. That's a good articulation of what we need to do with all the data we already have and that we might want to use for RAG or for AI purposes going forward. So that was for me. Anyone from the audience? Questions to the panel? Yeah, there is one.
I think you quickly mentioned you think AI is ethical. Is it what you said here when you asking questions?
I mean,
I misheard.
I said that let's assume that AI is benign. So yes, ethical and.
Okay.
Well, it depends on us.
It remains an assumption.
That's just really curious because that's most I'm interested in, and ESSCA is a human-centric concept. If the AI start to understand whale's language, they might learn their ethical framework. And
well,
for example,
by itself, is not a thinking, is not a human entity that has sentiments or empathy or wants to hurt somebody. It's just a very complex machinery. And I think there are a lot of people today they use the term AI very broadly. So for somebody outside of our fields, some very complex, now we have very complex software, very complex software that is baked by mathematical modeling, okay, which may still be very much deterministic. It's like models, for simulating the movement of satellites and other things. They're very complex software, and I feel some people tend to refer to very complex software they don't understand as AI, just because it's so complex. They think there is something magic behind it, but maybe it's very deterministic. But going back to your question, no, the AI is not ethical or unethical. It's how we use it. Most commercial LLMs have some guardrails to not answer certain queries. Or if you ask, for example, we're doing a study on election misinformation. So we asked ChatGPT to generate a data set of fake tweets, claiming election fraud, and ChatGPT refused to do it, right? Because this model has been trained to be politically correct and so on and so forth. So this is how we train them. But of course, there will be models that are used for nefarious purposes, which are not commercial. They are not following the rules, whatever rules we decide they should follow. And those can be used for whatever purpose you want. And there are so many very bad applications of AI already. Just to mention one, the generation of deepfakes, which will have going forward, will have a significant impact on a number of different things, from elections to financial fraud. You can generate a phone call, from somebody claiming to be a relative of yours. It's very credible because maybe they took samples of that person's voice, they recreated a message, and that person calls you, he's in trouble, he needs you to wire some money right away. You hear his voice, you recognize the voice, you wire some money, and you just given money to a scammer. So there are a lot of nefarious applications, but it's the humans who make it unethical use of the technology. It's not the technology per se.
I think the topic of automatic ontology build-up came up during the discussion. A while back, I don't know, 10 years ago, I wrote a paper on how RDF is at the center of building automatic ontologies. So what has happened with the adoption of the RDF framework? Anyone on that? Because that could be the answer to build an automatic ontology that the semantic web can learn automatically by building those ontologies.
I don't think that idea of semantic went too far, to be honest.
Yeah, that's my question.
When I was a postdoc, many years ago, I was very popular. RDF was popular. They were talking about semantic web, about as the holy grail for making web pages intelligible to machines. But I don't think it went too far because it relied on others to adopt it.
Correct.
And to build website using that technology. So it relied on people,
There's one point I would like to add. I think it took a different turn because if you're thinking in the direction of ontology, it doesn't work for many, many reasons. If you try to use it for data extraction and interpretation, so you have a legacy database with crude formats and whatnot, you could use a humongous data integration project, build an ETL engine around it, or you use a data abstraction engine, which basically puts these data values into semantic values, makes it interpretable, and doesn't touch the source system, which is quick and price effective. But trying to build an automated ontology from that is a totally different ballgame. Horses for courses, I believe. So,
I mean, that's a great conversation. I would love to join, but what if we continued that as a part of the hallway session? Because I think our time is up. So thank you very much for the conversation and the discussion. Alex, great to have you here.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for coming.
And thank you for your great questions. So thanks.
Sorry. No, not 2:30. 2:15, I'm sorry. So we have 10 minutes for a quick coffee and to continue. Thank you.
come to the room and join us if you are interested in the topic of education and AI. Okay. Jó, rendben. I have had 3 challenges today when arrived here. First, to find a parking place close to the building. The second was finding the elevator to come here, and the third one, this chair for me, but trying to solve this problem, just to hide my finding way or solution. I would ask our panelists to introduce themselves in some sentences.
Okay, thank you. I guess I would be the first to come. My name is Náray-Szabó. I'm partner at Náray-Szabó Russian Partners law firm, which is a well-known brand in Hungary. And I deal with a lot of regulatory things, focus on AI, cybersecurity as well. So that's why I'm here. And besides that, I recently graduated from IE Business School. I hold an executive MBA from there. And I also had the chance to study at institutions like Yale, EMD Lausanne, ESMT Berlin. So maybe I can give some insights from the student perspective.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for the invitation. My name's Theodore Boone. I grew up in Illinois, that's tornado country, amongst the cornfields and the soybean fields in a egyetemi város named Urbana, Illinois. I live here in Budapest. I'm a lawyer. I work for the international law firm of Dentons. I'm also on the faculty of Corvinus University, where I teach primarily in 2 subjects, international business transactions and the legal, ethical, economic aspects of AI and other technology.
Thank you.
I'm János Major. I'm the head of IT in Granite Bank. So I'm the guy who is implementing this fraud management system where half a second should work. And I could talk about hours on that how to solve it. And it's very complicated. I am not representing any educational bodies here. So I'm just in the market. I'm waiting for the students. So in fact, I will be the receiver of your end product.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is László Delei. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer of University of Pécs. I'm also an external expert of the European Commission for Research and Innovation Actions, especially in cybersecurity and security. And I'm here today to represent the cybersecurity approach and the challenges. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Balazs, and I'm from the Óbuda University. And beside the university, I work as a software architect in the industry section. And actually, I am head of the AI introduction into the product development. So I'm in a fortunate situation, so I can see the both sides of the AI usage in the academic world, as well as in the industry world. So, but right now, I represent the university side, especially the education regarding the AI topic.
Thank you, and we have a panelist online. Josh, please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Joshua Vogelstein. I'm a professor of biomedical engineering at Johns Hopkins University, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you very much. Our main topic is AI changing the role of educators. Whether is it a question or a statement, in your opinion?
Maybe I can start.
Yes, sure.
I think definitely. So right now AI exists. We have to live with the AI, and we use the AI everywhere, in the education as well. So we have to change the roles as well. So right now with the AI, the information is available and rapidly accessible for everyone. So the classical role of the teachers was the information transmission. But right now it is not really needed because we have the AI, so the information is available. So in my opinion, the role of the teachers should be a kind of coach, a trainer. So the teacher should teach how you can use the information, the data, how can you interpret correctly the data, then the answer from the AI. So the classical information sharing is not available anymore. So if we look back some decades, some years, then we can see, first of all, we have to go to the library. We have to read many, many books. And then we have to make some searching with the Google. But right now, we just have to write to ChatGPT, and we have the exact data. We don't need to filter out one complete book just for 5 pages. So, of course, the roles are changing, has to be changed with the AI.
What tools do teachers have?
Yeah, and if I can just expand on that a little bit. To a certain extent, I agree the role is changing. First of all, I think absolutely at the university level and even below, there needs to be a full embrace of AI. It's silly to say, it would be like saying, well, you can't Google, you can't use the internet. So part of the role is to actually help students train to use the product. Anything else is completely naive. To a certain extent, I agree with you that the role of coach is changing, but I think to law schools in the US, the laws always change. So actually, at least the highly ranked law schools, they don't expect you to memorize the law. They expect you to learn how to think like a lawyer. And that ability to teach thinking and analysis, I think, is still very much there. And one thing I've always admired in the Hungarian education program that exists less in the US is the so-called szóbeli vizsga, the oral exams. And I think that's an area, for example, which, as I understand, a little bit, at least some places in Hungary are getting away from, because it is very time-consuming for the teachers. But if you have an oral exam and, you know, laptops closed, phones in your pockets, that's gonna really flesh out a lot, even if students have been able to use AI to prepare and learn.
In the age of AI, is it important to memorize things and be able to give back on an oral exam, or some other kind of abilities do students need?
I can reply, but I'll let other people jump in.
Yeah. I think that it's really important that universities are preparing people to be either employees or corporate owners or whatever. So those guys need to synthesize what they learn, be critical, and be ready to use in practice the learning. So back to the law school example. Back in law school, we had to know by heart all the relevant regulations, but it's completely useless. An employer requests you to use it in practice.
May I interrupt? I think I agree with the colleagues. I think it's most important thing to how to build the capability and how to facilitate the students to find the right tools for their exact problems. And today we learned in the workshops what kind of tools we can use in every certain situations, whether it's on the marketing field, or we would like to build our SME, and so on and so on. I think this is one most important, how the professors providing this kind of knowledge. And on the other hand, I think the banning to use such tools from the cybersecurity and compliance field, it's not sustainable. So this is what we understood at the university. We have to also facilitate the good use of these kind of tools and build into the governance model, into a structure, how to make sure the students that how they use these kind of different tools, it will be compliant, it will be based on the EU AI Act, for example, and aligned with the GDPR, and so on and so on.
What kind of help do teachers, educators can give or ask if they needed some?
Well, I think it's absolutely critical that the students are totally on top of the use of the AI systems and stay on top. To me, it's like they're needing to learn how to play a musical instrument like a piano, but the piano is kind of morphing and changing and developing in front of them. So I think there should be strong encouragement to use those systems. On the question though so in my classes, I tell the students, outside of class research, it's like the real world. The real world at Granite Bank, and I'd love to hear more from my fellow panelist here. You're going to be able to use AI as long as you deal with confidentiality obligations and stuff like that. So at a place like Corvinus, we're preparing most students to enter the real world and work at places, if they're lucky enough to get a position at a place like Granite Bank, for that. So they should be, it's a complicated tool. They should be up to date on it and stay up to date on it. In terms of testing, one more thing, and I'll give the floor to other people. On testing, what I do is I go totally old school. It's in the classroom, everything closed, paper and pencil, essay. Because essays, God forbid, you have to be able to think.
Josh, what is your experience in that field?
Well, I teach a class every year at Johns Hopkins, which is a data science class. It's a year-long project where they have to write code to solve some biomedical data science problem. There's no tests and there's no written assignments. There's a lot of writing code. And to me, it doesn't really matter if they use ChatGPT or Claude to write the code. That they're solving real-world problems and they can use any tool they want. So none of these issues really arise in my mind for my teaching. It's just they end up writing better code faster, or they have buggier code depending on which ones they use and how good they are at generating prompts.
Thank you. I spent some weeks in Orlando in February, and I've heard our Rotarian friends there that they have some challenges when people enter the bank or to different kind of offices to buy a property perhaps or get some loan from the bank. They cannot sign the papers because officially the state finance the school, children don't learn how to handwrite the text. So they just use the computer or the laptop, and they don't need to learn how to write their own name. And it's a challenge because the banks and other offices are not prepared for this kind of interesting situation.
It reminds me a little bit to my own memory that I started banking 34 years ago, and on my first week I had 3 trainings, everybody at that time in the bank branch. First one was, how do you call that, handwriting, not calligraphy, but yeah. So we had to learn how to identify the signature of any person and how to compare it with the paper-based records. And in fact, there was an expert on that, and for one day we had to, let's say, identify fake signatures, because that was the core fraud management system of the whole banking at that time, that signature only. The second one was face recognition. We had a visit from the police, and the police officer told us that how to find somebody in a plastic mask and things like that. And in fact, we never used it, but that was the second one. A third one was which field to be seen on the screen. The screen was black with green letters on that, and then that's the balance of the client. And if the signature is okay, the guy is there, the balance is okay, transfer went. At the moment, we are using about 165 data points just to check whether a transfer is okay or not. We have to check one by one the serial number and the version number of the OS software on the iPhones, and the location and the guide, the payment patterns of the past, the subject of the payment, the beneficiary, the person of the beneficiary, the country, the location, the last day information, what time of the day the guy is sending the transfer, because that can be a trick. And all these things are checked, and that's done by machines. And then the guy there is just sitting, and 5% comes out as a suspicious one, and then he has to make a decision. And that's very different from graphology. Yeah, I know, that was graphology. So that reminded me of the signatures.
Yeah, so perhaps we are slowly moving from the handwriting and paper and pen to another field like iPads and computers and something similar. But whether we need new subjects at school regarding AI, usage of AI or not? What is your idea?
I mean, it should be integrated into essentially every class. So I'm not sure at Corvinus one would need a sort of a training class. Certainly we have classes, one of which I teach. It's called Business Leadership in the Age of AI. If I may put in an ad for it, for any students listening, you're welcome to take it. And we have a distinguished Corvinus master student here today who's lucky enough to get a position at Granite Bank. And we deal with the ethical issues, the legal issues, business issues, but it's that perspective and not on, quote unquote, how to learn AI. If I can come to the issue of writing. One area where I have a lot of concern, and I don't have an easy answer for it, is the concept of writing a paper, a research paper outside of class. I personally think that is probably dead because it would be nice, but how is it going to work? How are you going to analyze it? Unfortunately, there are going to be students that are going to cut corners on that kind of thing. So that's where I think doing things like oral exams or presentations in class. And, you know, I don't like the phrase soft skills because to me it sounds a little bit condescending. But somebody right before the break said AI has hacked human DNA or something like that. I don't agree with that at all because I think so many of the skills, you know, empathy, building trust, you know, if you want to get into the big wide world, you know, love, all those things, those are still there. So I don't look at it that AI has hacked human DNA.
May I just one thing I would like to add that I agree it should be implemented in the current classes, but not in the university, but even in the elementary school as well. But I assume that today youngs are most, let's say, capable of using these kind of tools, but the thing with what we can teach for them, the ethical use of these kind of tools, because why I'm saying this is, yesterday I just saw a Insta short, where a student teach the followers how to implement such a PDF from what he received on a lecture into such an AI tool and how to prepare a podcast out of it, but this could raise IPR issues. So my opinion, the most important thing would be to provide a class, even in the elementary school, how to use the AI in an ethical way.
I totally agree with that. I just wanted to mention the same. Adding to that, I think that the young generation are the most vulnerable in terms of use of AI, and they still don't have that kind of critical thinking, which makes them even more vulnerable. And it would be really great to have such regular roadshows or events, just educating that generation that, okay, you can use it, but you must use it responsibly and just to teach them how to use.
I would like to add just one additional comment. So actually we are talking about the AI. Of course, we can teach how you can ask the correct question, how can you construct the correct prompt, how can you use the output. But I think it is important to teach the other side, how you can challenge the AI. So, okay, the students really can write the correct question, correct prompt, and they got an output from the AI. But it is not correct if the AI say, okay, I'm pretty sure that I can trust it because my prompt, my question was correct. So maybe you have already heard about the hallucination of the AI. And I think we have to teach it. So the students have to have this capability to decide, okay, right now I can trust in this answer, or no, I have to challenge the AI because I have a stable base knowledge which the teacher can teach me, and I have to memorize it. And based on my basic stable knowledge, I can decide if I can trust or I have to challenge it. I think it is important.
And the basic rule should be you can't trust it and you have to challenge it. And what I was saying in terms of my classes, that I say outside of class, in your research and your preparation for your in-class presentations, use AI all you want. But I say in class, which I try to teach as a workshop, I say no AI, no even Googling. I said, this is your Google, okay? This is your Google, your brain cells. Pretend you're Tom Hanks trapped on a desert island in Castaway and all you have is a pair of ice skates and a volleyball named Wilson, and you have to figure it out. And that's my approach in class, and my sense is they understand that and they work that way, and then we have a lot of debates on different issues.
Who can have the role of changing the method of using AI? I think we don't have enough rules or ideas about how to use it correctly at school. So perhaps we cannot, we didn't have enough tools in our hands to show children how can they use it properly. Who has the role, who has the power to push it through the educational system, that we have to teach how to use AI at school, not just at university, but the basic education as well.
So I have maybe a uncommon opinion about this, which is we didn't really, I mean, I went to school, there were computers. We didn't learn how to use Google or Wikipedia in school. It's another resource in the world, and I think the same for the modern AI. And in terms of the ethical stuff, I don't know that teaching ethics works. I mean, you can teach them what the rules of ethics are, but if they're not ethical, they're just going to break those rules anyway. So I would be more inclined to do more research on the value of teaching these things rather than advocating for teaching them, because it's not clear to me what we're going to get if we start teaching it.
May I politely disagree might be too strong a word, but raise some questions on that. Before I went to law school, I studied philosophy and focused on ethics, and I think I worked at a law firm where their motto was do the right thing, which honestly I didn't like because that doesn't answer the question. But in the legal world, there are a lot of complicated ethical issues. It's not always clear what's right or wrong. And what you can teach or encourage is an understanding of the importance of thinking these things through and doing an analysis and at least trying to do the right thing. But I totally agree with you, putting out hypothetical examples will only get you so far.
Does it mean that we still have to find the right balance between the human connection in teaching and automatization in education? Milan?
Yes, exactly. So we don't need to forget it. The AI is just a software, a tool, a code base, so not a human. So the AI is not able to recognize the real feelings, the communication with the body, then the tone of the sound. So of course it is just a robotic answer, and the answers of course are correct. But when we are checking a real human, then another real human of course can understand the atmosphere. So of course we need the balance. The AI can automatize the administrative, the boring and the basic tasks, but the teachers, the humans, are needed for the ethical reasoning, the creativity, and the other really human properties. So, of course, we have to keep this balance, and we have to handle the place, the AI, and the human part.
If I look at the daily business, then we see that in fields where we use the AI, the best working model is the mixed teams. of the same job to be done by standard level with the AI, and complications are done by humans. And then they are working together. Even they are teaching each other, because we use the very junior employees to train the AI by putting a lot of questions, and they are testing the systems. Therefore, they are learning the usual questions. In mortgages, the bank would be happy to have only standard people, standard requests with standard lives. That would be very nice, and then AI could easily handle. But in real life, what we see is that there are a lot of complications. There are people who are just divorcing during the request for the loan. There are people dying during the process and things like that that AI cannot handle. Then you have to have somebody who is talking to the client and just making a decision.
I'm guessing another example at your bank is your financial advisors that are dealing with the investment portfolios of folks. I think they want to meet the person, right? They want to feel comfortable and trust the person.
Yes,
for any significant investment.
It very much depends on the amount.
Yeah, right. The high net worth, that's exactly what you say. The high net worth individuals, you know, they're going to want to have the special bond.
Yes.
I have the opportunity to lead an adult educational center, and not just adults come to learn and pick up some knowledge, but teenagers as well. And that's very exciting that we offer online lessons and other opportunities, but most of the teenagers just want to come and participate on the lessons, and want to connect the teacher and feel the energy of the lesson, not just through the internet, but by personally as well. So that's why important, I think, that to find the right balance that you mentioned. But what skills and knowledge should be taught in the age of AI at school, in your opinion?
I think, by my opinion, the most important is the curiosity. So if you're curious and you have to learn new things and you have to innovate somehow new solution for current or existing problems, you will find out the best tools, the best way how to implement the AI into your daily business or daily learning. So this is one thing, and I would like to add some comment to the former questions. I think it's very important to identify the fields where AI could have a good use, as colleagues mentioned, and also, for example, in the cybersecurity operation, daily operation, the automatization based on AI, it's very crucial. So, for example, from the incident handling incident the AI is really helps us. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
And if I can add to that, curiosity, and maybe another word in saying it is desire, is drive, is to wanting to learn. The best students of mine now, that's the same 10 years ago. Those are the people that really wanted it. And by the way, I would probably say the best teachers are the ones either now and 10 years ago could engage the students as well. And so I don't think that has changed. And to a certain extent, I understand. I mean, it is incredible when ChatGPT burst onto the scene and everything else. But it's not, at least in the US, in the 1970s, there was a futurist who wrote a book called Future Shock. And basically the premise of the book, which was hugely popular, was that the future was coming at us so quickly in the technology that everyone was left in a state of shattering stress and disorientation. And that was the 1970s. And somehow we got through that and made a lot of progress in a lot of ways. So I'm very hopeful it'll be the same here. And in that vein, I always think of, totally appropriate here in Hungary, the words of János von Neumann in his unfinished manuscript, The Computer and the Brain. And he said, the human mind, after all, is the best example we have of an intelligent system. And I'd like to think that's something we can all agree on and focus on.
Thank you.
Let me add 3 things to that. So besides curiosity, I would stress out to be open to hear other voices and to be a bit not just constructive, but also to think critically. And as the third thing is to develop soft skills, because AI can mimic soft skills, but the human touch is really what adds to your knowledge.
And scientists are examining nowadays how AI affects our brain as well. So there are different kind of connections in the brain when AI works instead of us, and we use AI while learning or working. Do you have any kind of example for this or support this idea?
Yeah, it's like if you use Google Maps, you totally trust the outcome. So before using Google Maps, I've never ever got lost. But after that, many times.
I just one thing came up my mind. Something similar. I never read about any kind of study, the implication of using AI, but I just read a study on the implication of using the mobile phones. I mean the screen time, how does this affect the human brain? So certain part of the brain will damage based on the study. So I don't know what we will talk about in this same symposium in the next 2 or 3 years. Maybe these kind of studies will be available for the use of AI. I don't know. But it's raising questions. So whether we really trust in the AI or we can trust our brain, and how to balance.
We can see small children in the street while we are walking that their mothers' smartphones are in their hands, and not just watching videos or films on the smartphone, but they can use it almost properly, so they can switch between the applications and stop watching something and start a new something on the smartphone at the age of 2 or 3. So different type of student community are coming soon to the education.
Yeah, there was a study that some of the children even don't have eye contact because of that, and they envy of the iPhones.
I've encountered students when I've asked them to introduce themselves, blah, 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 name, favorite song or music, favorite book, and a number of them say, well, I really don't read, so I will tell you my favorite series. I was a bit taken aback by that, but that's the world that we live in. Personally, my kids didn't have a phone until they finished high school. That was my and they didn't really mind it that much, surprisingly.
And I have read a publication regarding this. So when the children are living with the phone and the electrical devices very low ages, then actually, for example, the imagination is totally missing, because they don't need to imagine the things. Just read a book, imagine, okay, it is a nice field, it is a nice mountain. No, it is not needed. Just check the screen, and that's it. So it is a problem. So I think we have to limit, and we have to know when and how we have to use, especially in the low ages. So yes.
So there is a growing group of children that became soon students, and they cannot read because they use the mobile phones and computers. So maybe that will be a different word soon at school and at universities as well.
I don't say they cannot read, but for example, for many areas in the industry, the imagination, and I think it is connected to the creativity. So if I don't have any imagination, then of course I don't really have a real creativity because I cannot imagine the things. And it is really true for the IT sector. So when I have to write some code, then actually I have to imagine that, okay, these are the structure, the architecture. So, and we are talking about another where really needed the real architecture or the interior designer. So it is a pure imagination and creativity.
So we need reading.
Of course.
And what works maybe not in all schools, but I think at a place like Corvinus or law schools, Corvinus has these case study competitions where there's a 15-page complicated business situation and you have two sides preparing and presenting and debating. Those are incredible skills to learn and develop, and I always encourage my students to participate in such competitions, or in law schools they're called moot court competitions.
So it can be a challenge to understand a text when they became a student at the university as well, if they don't read enough at the earlier age.
Yes, understand, dissect, analyze, take a position on, and question. I think we were talking about trusting or not trusting. I remember President Reagan, when he was negotiating with the Soviets over arms control, he was always quoting this Russian proverb. I wish I spoke Russian, I would say it. He would always quote this Russian proverb where he would say, "Trust but verify," which was, I thought, maybe a good way to think about AI work product.
I totally agree. So you have to have knowledge on the specific subject matter in order to decide whether I can implement the result into my study or not. So, for example, if you don't have any clue about what you are asking from the ChatGPT, you will not be able to decide whether it's a good or wrong answer. So I agree.
I apologize. I must run to the train station. Thank you all so much, and thank you all.
Thank you for joining us. There is an opportunity to ask questions to our panelists. So if you would like to know more on a specific field of the topics, just please join us and continue together. What about in your country? According to AI usage at universities or secondary schools?
Particularly in Canada, there's heavy ideology influencing universities. So my niece is at university, and there's certain things you have to put in papers. Even if the paper contradicts what the ideological statement makes, if you don't put that statement in the paper, you will be downgraded. And this is very prevalent throughout Canada, unfortunately. Well, because that influences AI, doesn't it? You know, you're using AI, but you also have an ideological straitjacket on. So many countries are like that. Well, you have to remember that the majority of people living now live under authoritarian regimes. So it's very, very difficult. How does that affect AI? Because these regimes are using AI to surveillance their citizens, and, you know, so that's another enormous topic in education. I think that's the next topic, actually.
Yeah, the next. So we use AI at the different level at school, I mean educators and students as well. Is it a challenge to be enough good in using AI? I know that young people are quite good at it, so I don't know what kind of support do teachers and educators get to be enough informed and well educated at this topic.
Good question.
Yes, I can repeat myself. So I think it's the most important to provide the best training to, first of all, for the professors and the ones who are involved in the university, and after that, and then if the professor will be capable to provide the right knowledge and the right tools, then hopefully the students will be capable to use it in a right, in an ethical way, and also you can build your own large language model in order to avoid such problems regarding any influence, for example. So if you train your own model, you can make sure that you trained it by yourself, and with the training data it's let's say clean. I mean, and then you can provide it to your students. So from the security point of view, I would also recommend to have your own large language model on premise in order to avoid the cloud posture, and also, first of all, you have to make sure that the data are classified. And what I mean is to put the data, which is the data classification, security data classification, as allows to put into the cloud-based large language models. So yeah, this is my point of view.
What is the experience at the bank when people enter the bank? Can you identify what level are they at using the different type of tools or AI? So
we have the luck that they cannot enter the bank because we have only one little office. Otherwise, we are just on the internet. So in fact, anyone who comes to us,
they can enter online.
Digital client, so they are used to it. Where we feel the turning point or the issues around them, MI customer service activities is always the emotions. So how to handle complaints and difficult situations and angry clients and nervous clients. That's what the AI is not capable of doing that at the moment. So we can come to a point where it can identify there is a situation where there is a human needed. That in fact that's already a good solution, but in fact he will never handle it. That's my feeling. I agree with you. Therefore, we can already identify the situations which might involve a lot of emotions. Those ones are already given to the human administrators, and they can handle it much easier.
Perhaps the young generation can handle it easier than the older ones. So the older generation need more support.
Yeah, we had a lot of doubts and a lot of questions that how many clients will use the AI generative chatbots, and it's really all kinds of generations, and all the people are trying it. First, they are just playing with it, and they are testing with some tricky questions, and then they realize that it's really giving good answers, and then they go into the details. What we see is that most of the people are very polite with the machine, because they know that it's why to be angry with it. So they know that it has a lot of tolerance and it can wait forever, and it always answers some very polite answer. So I agree with you when you said that it influences the user also, that they know that this is AI.
Thank you.
So back to the topic of universities, I think that professors and universities should rethink their role. So instead of just telling the students what to know and how to know, they should rather set the stage for the students and be like a co-pilot for them and help them to learn and use their capabilities better. And also one good idea might be to involve the corporate world more with live projects. For example, at iBusiness School, we could contribute to the Olympics marketing to AB InBev, like 2 months before the Olympics. And actually, the Olympics campaign contained some ideas and some solutions from my fellow peers. So some more connections with the corporate world and more projects together with the corporate world might be a good solution in the age of AI to develop and make the students ready for the next step to work in banks or in marketing or whatever.
I agree. I agree also this point of view, and I think it's good to organize, for example, hackathons or challenges and involve the students, for example, this kind of activities together with the market leaders or the vendors, and for how to find a solution for the current unresolved problems, for example, on the healthcare or on the other fields. For example, my field is cybersecurity, and nowadays it's raising, and also in the health care health industry, and there is typical questions which are raising how to ensure the cybersecurity of connected medical devices in the hospital, because these are these devices, for example, blood gas analyzer, coagulometer, and so on. These have also a computer which managing these machines, but how they are connected to the local network, and whether we have some countermeasures against external threats. So this could be a potential topic for the students. How would you solve this kind of problem with the AI, for example? And we can find out any other topics where the students, even on the first years, can really involve and could be motivated, by my opinion.
So finally, we turned back to the importance of problem solving and project-based education. Yes, please.
Yeah, very engaging discussion. We discussed on the coffee break that it's how interesting that for technical topics like autonomous driving, we have a maturity model where we can, for example, check objectively, you know, that we are on a level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. So we can objectively assess how safe those capabilities are, or how stable. We don't really have for humans that maturity model. I mean, even if we talk about you know, education and development, we don't really. I mean, this is my topic, so I'm talking home, but we don't really have the language to talk about the maturity of human capabilities, you know, because we are talking about in a more humanistic terms, like, you know, human rights, children's rights, all these things. When, for example, even practically, for example, one company, for example, is operating on a certain capability level, let's say on the market. So obviously, that kind of expectation should find itself into the university system. So whenever that person coming out from university, it is already capable to operate at the level of what the market expects. But I can go further. Even before university, this kind of model should reach back to the high school, and make sure that when the children are coming from the high school, they are operating on the level that is actually expected on the market or the university, depending on where he wants to go further. And of course, to be a model that it incentivizes reaching on a higher capability potential. Of course, not everyone will go higher and higher, but at least to be very stable at the level he or she is. So I think this is kind of the next frontier we have to master, to talk the same language, regardless of machine or human, but also concentrating on what it takes for a human to get to that level, emotionally as well. I'm not just talking about pure technical capabilities, because obviously for that you will have the agents, and that agent will do it. But how the person will be able to cope with this kind of thing. And I'm coming back to my first question, when a 10-year-old person, or sorry, child, I have a 13 and an 18-year-old daughter and a son and daughter, and I see in my experience that whenever they first time encounter AI or this kind of capabilities, it is very important, because that will set the trajectory for later. If they encounter in the wrong way, or based on the wrong advice from, because we have incomplete and probably wrong information about how to deal with, then that will have consequences. Yeah, and the earlier the children encounter the wrong way, the more consequences we have.
So the challenge of the present is to find the best advantages, or most of the advantages of using AI in education.
And the capability.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that time is up soon, and I would like to ask you to summarize in one or two sentences what is the challenge in our age according to using AI, and how can we handle it?
Maybe
What is your message?
Yeah, it is inside the message. So we are at the AI conference. So of course I have generated a final thoughts, just one sentence by the AI. So future education is not AI versus educator, but AI plus educator. So I think this is a big message. So we don't need to fight with the AI. We have to accept it, and we have to learn to live with AI together. Thank you.
Thank you.
By my opinion, technology has to be a facilitator for innovation actions regarding the AI. So we have to find the right balance in innovative things and also with the compliance.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also believe much in human and AI mixed teams. That the number of them will accelerate, and then more and more fields the agents will help people, and I think banking will benefit from it.
Okay, I haven't prepared anything with AI, since AI cannot be on the same level of bullshitting like lawyers do. So maybe my summary would be to feel it like a flywheel, use it responsibly, have governance, and find new ways to live a better life.
Thank you for sharing your ideas with us, and no, I think the next topic is coming soon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a challenge. It's still a challenge for me.
Próbáljunk fölülni először szerintem. Először nagyon nehéz. Még mielőtt a kamerát bekapcsoljuk. Nem, köszönöm szépen. Ott fogsz bocsánat, hogy tegezhetjük egymást?
Igen, köszönöm szépen.
Igen. És tegezhetjük egymást a beszélgetés alatt, vagy pedig magázódjuk? Dear friend, I know this is very late now. That is the fourth panel. And thank you very much that you are still with us in the room. And I hope many of you will watch this video as well. So that is the fourth panel, very interesting panel, I think, because we have so many discussion about ethical, technical and also theoretical discussion about AI. And I just would like to say Vilma was very nice when she mentioned the three bubbles, that the three bubbles has to talk to each other, otherwise there is no ethical or security in artificial intelligence. And this is the last panel that we have at this moment, ethical and security issues. And I am very pleased to say our panelists that they are here with us, Várfi András and Dr. Vajda Viktor, who will say something about this very interesting subject. So I would like to ask you, both of you, to introduce yourself and talk about your job and your ideas. What does it mean for you before you will introduce your part of this subject?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is a great honor to be here once again after the last year's very interesting conference. And the good news is that we still have AI in our capable hands, and I do hope that during the next couple of years I can still say that we'll be in control. And this refers to my job as being the Deputy CEO of Neumann Technology Platform, or Neumann Nonprofit Ltd., which is the technology background institution of Ministry for National Economy of Hungary. And our activity is to operate the Hungarian AI coalition and support the job of the ministry in lawmaking and policy making. And we can humbly say that we've been touching on the issues of AI Act for a while, and we have some challenges on the table, and I'd like to discuss it with you today.
Thank you very much. And András, please.
So thank you for the opportunity, and here we go again. As the last years, I was always the pessimistic part of the symposium because some of you may know I came from a hacker background, and I always like to highlight the dark side of the power, because we know that AI is here, AI is very good, it shapes our everyday life, but we don't really think about that things maybe can go wrong. Maybe not just think about the bad guys and the hackers, but what if we over rely on AI? Everybody says that we are go stupid, etc. I don't really believe that's true, because we are also evolving. But if we over rely today, and what I feel is that we don't really understand how to use AI to enhance ourselves, and we just rely on it and believe everything that it gives, it can be a problem. And my key highlights were also an example of this. but I think there are a lot of analogy to this example. So I'm very pleased to talk about this topic with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is very important to talk about trust. We need to trust. Can we trust in AI? And also the safety. There is safety. We have education, just a panel before, and the teachers, educators, they were talking about it. I think we need to learn also to teach the kids who are very young. And I think we should be, as adults, ethical and security issues to know everything about it to save our children. So now I would like to ask you, dear Victor, to show what do you think about this?
I have a few slides on this as a general outline, if I may present it so. Thank you for the technical support. So, shall I stand here or the other? If this is fine, I may stay here. So, basically, I'd like to be provocative, if you let me be so. We say that there are no facts, only algorithmic opinions. This might not be true at the time being, but it might become reality. And we say that fairness is a fiction, and then bias is the product. What do I mean? We underestimate the relevance of clear training data. If you use biased data in the past, this will represent itself in the present and the future. And we all know that the AI has already consumed all the natural data. It has read all the libraries, and now it hungers scientific fake data, which is synthetic data, so produced for feeding AI. If we use those data in not a clear manner, if it's biased, then we will get fake results which are deterring society, and then AI will be not for our benefit, but it will hinder us in prosperity. My other provocative sentence is that we live in a consent theater. As a lawyer, I do know, and I do admit that sometimes we draft long contracts and long statements to be accepted when you visit a web page. But please be honest and raise your hands if you have read all those statements every single time when you click that I've read it and I agree. I think we all know that sometimes we don't have the time to do so, even if we are proud of being diligent. We skip those and go forward. But it can still happen that the AI is scraping, collecting sensitive personal data in the background, which is a huge danger. So the reality of surveillance is a delusion, but we have to tackle this, and we have to be keen on making and building systems which have data protection by design and default. The third provocative problem is the black box problem. I'm not sure if we have the majority of developers here in the room, but sometimes I hear it from developers that we don't know why the outcome is so. It's just the algorithm which brought it on the table. It's not enough. If we don't see the result, the traces of the result, if you can't trace it back, there's no legitimacy behind the final result. That cannot be treated as an evidence. So that's just a suggestion at its best. So the black box phenomena is something that we should solve as a problem, and that must be a criteria for every AI system to be transparent. We have to be able to audit them, and then that's the safe word, living together with AI. The next provocative sentence is, it's raising the question of responsibility. You might all know that there's no specific electronic personality for AI systems now. It's a decision for the lawmakers, by the lawmakers, and currently the AI systems have no responsibility and no personality. Then who's responsible? The developer? The seller? The user? These questions are not clear nowadays, and unfortunately the European Union has opted out from making a special type of legislation for AI responsibility issues. The so-called AI Liability Directive, which was proposed back in September 2022, is off the table. So now we have the old regimes of tort law, and the damage claims are to be assessed with all the civil code regulations which we might be familiar with, but which are not tailored to AI risk questions. So the question of responsibility will be a key issue, and I don't want to be more provocative than I should be, but I think that when it comes to money, everybody will focus on it. And last but not least, are we living in a world of deepfake? I'm asking you. Some experts say that in 24 months, you won't ever be able to detect if you see something which is real or custom-made, or produced by AI, which means that you won't be able to make any differentiation between truth and something which you just see as a version of the true word. Who remembers the Cambridge Analytica case back in 2016? There were, at least the analysis says, that was a huge effort to make it through. Nowadays, you don't need that anymore. Deepfake technology and the use of AI in such a way avails you the opportunity to convince everybody, whether it's a simple question of which washing machine should I buy or which political party should I support. So it's really a huge danger. So thank you for your separate attention, and I can't wait to discuss these challenges with you.
Oh, thank you very much. I think that is a good question for everyone. So my question, if I would see myself on the video, but it's not me, to whom I can talk?
According to the AI Act, it shall be this type of video representing you in a so-called avatar. It shall represent or tell you somehow that it's not the real you, but an avatar of you. It's an obligation. Should it be missed, then you can always turn to the court. But first of all, you have to stipulate who created that video. Then you can search the metadata. Now we are turning to technological issues, so probably my dear panelist is more expert on this. But as you see, it won't be an easy job to go through the process.
Thank you very much. So let's see the second panelist, but he would like to share with us, and then we can have open questions. Thank you very much. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I did not prepare any PPT for you today, so just my tales and etc. So, but it is very good to speak after you, because I found a lot of topics that I have similar opinion and similar problems. So just back into this responsibility thing. In a hacker's eyes or in attacker perspective, AI is just another system that can be break and sometimes it is very, very easy. You don't really need very complex technical stuffs to start hacking it or compromise it. So yeah, I prepared an example, AI in military, because in last years everybody asked me about military and war, so this year I prepared with this topic. But I think a lot of similar things or topics can be analogous to this. Just think about medical devices or etc., where human lives are at stake. So, and this is not a dystopia, this is kind of a present, because AI is getting more and more foot in military and medical also. So just think about an imaginary situation. There is an AI that basically drives a system where the military organize their fuel routes or army routing, etc. So basically the whole supply chain of a war. And even there are AIs to detect if something is wrong. Maybe there is an attack, there are surveillance cameras, etc. So I think we can all agree that this is a task that an AI, or we can think that an AI could do better than us. Okay, but what happens if this war is lost before even the first shot? Because this war is lost on the bits. Somebody just compromise our organization AI, and then it just make bad recommendations or bad decisions. Maybe it even triggers a counterattack or etc. So it can lead to escalations. And we can see that we just, what we did now, we over-rely on our AI and let it make their own decision. And the problem is, as you said, opacity. We don't really know how it works. It is basically a black box on a technical side also. It's not just a problem because it is very hard to trace responsibility, because if this AI makes an attack move and it escalates a war, who is responsible? The commander or the engineer or the hacker who compromised it? Who is responsible for this escalation? It is very hard to decide. But the real problem is, because it's a black box, if it's compromised, it can go unnoticed for a long time. You don't know if it's compromised. Maybe it makes false recommendations or false decisions on purpose because it's haywired by a hacker. And because you don't really know what happens under the hood, then it can go for a very long time unnoticed. So it is a very, very big problem. And I think it's very similar in a lot of cases, but I may be the black sheep of this symposium because everybody talks about how great is AI, how it will shape our bright future. I always try to be more rational and say that don't over-rely on it and be aware that it is also just a system that can be hacked. And about trust. There is a saying, an old Russian saying, trust but verify. This is one of the key concepts in security. You can trust it, but always verify. If it's under the hood and it is black box, it is very, very hard to verify. So be cautious.
Thank you very much. I think we have so many questions of both of you. Please.
Until you raise your hands, it came to my mind that we know a person called Oliver Cromwell who said that trust in God, but keep the gunpowder dry. Then this is basically the same.
Yeah, that's an old wisdom.
this is very, very interesting because we do live in a sort of dystopian world when it comes to the darker realities of what AI is able to do and what not. And of course, we all know that there are parties at the very moment working on AI factories, trying to sabotage AI factories, flooding the zone with you know what. And these factories do exist, the data centers exist, and we're learning at the very moment that there are deviations in the outcomes of AI-related predictions, as far as we can tell. So nobody would be bold enough to trust in such an analysis without validation. The funny question is, and that of course is my question to you, is what is the way forward? Because there are adversary powers who are using AI, of course, to professionalize their drone formations, routes of advance, you said it. So, of course, Europe doesn't want to become a victim, but what is the way out of it?
Now this is the big challenge, I think, because it is not very straightforward. There are big wins or small wins in this game, but I think the lowest hanging fruit, and I'm not sure, it's just my hope that it can work, because as in the case in security, a lot of time awareness is a big factor on this, how we use. Do we have the need in ourselves to verify it for ourselves? Can we change our mindset to be less careless in question of AI? So how we use it? What we do to be able to verify the results and not trust in it blindly? This is one factor, and the other is on the technical side, because now what is the goal of the developers of the AI? They wanted to make the smartest guy in the room. And just like every protocol, because we know time does not repeat itself, but humans always. So when there is a new protocol or new technology, security always comes last. And always the functionality, it must be more efficient, we must be the fastest to develop it to the maximum, and security always lag after that. So I hope that this security will also come into protecting these models and datasets and make it harder, not impossible, but harder for attackers to compromise it. It's just my feeling, but a very, very good challenge and a good question.
From a policy side, if I may reframe your remark in a way that we shall protect AI factories, or let's say data centers, just like atomic power plants, then I do agree. And not just in attacks by drones, but at the technical security level, it's also true. But how can we draw advantage from AI if we fulfill some needs? And I said trustworthy training data, but we also need GPU capacity. We also need funding, clear legislation, we need knowledge, so AI literacy, but we need computing power. And we are already lacking computing power. That's why the large language models, or at least the platforms, are becoming slow at the end of the day, or at a Sunday evening when nobody has better things to do than just chatting with the LLM. Then it becomes slow because it becomes exhausted. And therefore we need power. And fortunately we have some programs at EU level and at domestic level as well, which fulfill those needs. I mean, to have AI factories all across Europe is a great goal. It costs a lot of money. And until the point of which every nation has its own AI factory, we still need connection. Just imagine, if we had to wait 2 more years until we build our own supercomputer, our own AI factory, that by 2027, we could have already being among the losers. Because in the meantime, everybody evolves so much until we wait for our supercomputer to come true that we lose the race. So what can we do? We should build an antenna for the already existing high-performance computing capacities. And this is called the AI Factory Program. And I'm happy to say that a great consortium is applying for that in Hungary with the ELTE University, with the Hungarian Chamber of Commerce, and also the Hungarian Research Network. And my humble institution, the Neumann Nonprofit Ltd, is also taking part in that consortium. And we are aiming to connect the German Jülich computer having 800 petaflops capacity, which avails us the opportunity to stay in the race for the next 1 or 2 years until Hungary builds its own supercomputer.
Thank you very much. I think we need it. It was another question. Everybody else? Vilma? No question.
Then maybe I have just one remark, because what I feel about this AI factory is kind of, as you said, we need it. So we are building a big AI network across Europe, just like water, electricity. So maybe AI is getting as important as water or electricity or internet. It is a very, very interesting thing, because, as I said, I don't really feel that we already understand how to use it for our benefit. This is one thing. And because this panel is not just about security, but ethics, there will be a lot of differences between the different layers of the population. Somebody will have access to AI and somebody will not. I think that could lead to a big dilemma, because in maybe 10 years before, Google was the definition of ever-knowing and all-knowing stuff. But now we have basically all the knowledge on our pocket, and etc. I think it is a very big power right now, and I cannot do anything but to feel that there is a very big risk in this. Who will control the data? Who will control the model? And who will distribute it ethically? Do you have something, vision, or how do you feel how it will go about?
It's beyond any question that AI is reshaping our society, and sometimes it's a critic that the legislation just lags behind the technology. I think that it's not a problem on its own. The problem is that we try to solve one challenge, but the next day 3 other comes. And what you were talking about wisely is the biggest challenge against the notion of fair and equal treatment. We do want AI not to discriminate anybody. If we use a system which helps us to evaluate the CVs, when people applying to a job, then it's tons of papers, and it's really a useful tool. But we do not have to let AI to make the decision instead of us. It just helps people. This is on one hand the notion that to be treated as fair and equal. I, as a human, I want that people make the decision over me. I don't want a machine to make a decision about my future. But on the other hand, how to handle the discrepancies, the different level of encouragement and knowledge in society, this is something that we haven't figured out yet. The need for raising awareness and raising AI literacy in a proportionate manner is of paramount importance, but the concrete manner on how to do so is something to be laid down, and it's not clear yet how to achieve those goals.
Thank you very much. I think this is also very big question in the future. And I know this is not exactly this, but I will go to Tanzania on Monday. And my friend, they are saying, is a big election end of October, and at 11 of October there is no Wi-Fi, no nothing, so no communication on the world. Why is that?
Probably they are happy people without Wi-Fi.
Because I think this is also very strange if we are in the world that we are connected to everywhere, and I have no chance, at least, to call Hungary, for example.
Shall it be a basic right to access internet? It's a good question. And if I may connect it with deepfake, I think the personal connections will be much more valued in the near future, because there's also a phrase that only what touches real, and it becomes much more the reality in the near future, I think, even though I trust that our systems will be trustworthy and can be audited, but I do believe in a future when AI works for us and not instead of us, so it won't take our jobs, but we will become more productive. And if we need Wi-Fi or any connection to act so, then it might be getting closer to a basic right, but we should not forget about our core values in valuing each other as human beings. And this is the part of the ethics relation of our panel. I think this is of paramount importance to treat each other more valuable than the machine, even if it can talk to us just like human beings. That's also a delusion. So a psychologist in the framework of a human being is always much more trustworthy, because it has the own responsibility. When the AI talks to me, it might say anything. It might hallucinate something which sends me to a wrong direction. I think that's very important to feel each other in society, and AI shall remain a very useful tool.
Thank you. And you have a question, Johannes?
Absolutely. I mean, there is always more than one perspective to it. And and I believe you're perfectly right that these questions about the standards, equal right to access to information, quality of information, that remains open. But there are indeedly a few attempts to go in that direction. For example, we have been building the last 2 years an agrarian data platform for the German government. The government failed, then tumbled over, and it wasn't put in use in Germany, but it was introduced then to the United Nations, and they loved it, and so it's piloted in India now. So more than 1,000 startups who are doing AI-based drone flights, insect recognition, pesticide control, and are using it at the very moment. So as we speak, the United Nations have formed a work group in order to understand how do we ensure access, that the farmers out in the ground can have access to these informations. So, and funnily enough, the Indian government is very much interested because, of course, 1.4 billion people, you need to feed them. That is a challenge. So they are very much interested to have a democratic platform where people can and will access the data. And the work group that has been established is working now on a concept of how can it go to India, which is a very large pilot, and what do we do with Africa, funnily enough, because internet coverage, right? You know all the problems. So that will be the next challenge. So no, there might not be a final answer to that, but there is a lot of people who are trying to do good with it and who try to bring the cases forward in an ethical way.
I shall agree that there's no way to ban technology as such, but we need a guideline. And fortunately, we have those guidelines around the corner or already on the table. Let me mention the General Purpose AI Code of Practice, which is a product of the European Commission and was finally signed by Google as well, just to mention one. There might be some concerns, and I think we all agree that only God can create something perfect. So every creature by humanity is something to be subject to further development. But I think we shall start somewhere. So a code of practice, which is not a piece of black letter law, but something which has a broader concept, is a good starting point.
Thank you.
Thank you for these presentations. I really enjoyed and appreciated them because I think they really highlight some of the very profound questions that we're all facing. Indeed, on the more concerning side, you know, how do we tackle these challenges? I like very much, for instance, or intrigued rather, I was with your first slide that said fairness is a fiction and bias is the product. And I think this is exactly what we see in so many instances that through the various search engines, of course, all our kind of information about the world gets us more biased. There are tons of studies that show, how much we're kind of geared towards developing, profound biases just by, going through basic news. So my question would be to both of you, because you have a great experience, is, what would you see as kind of a real success in the next 3 to 5 years that you would think, if we or either Hungary, because you have Mr. Vajda, you have a special responsibility for developing a Hungarian regulatory logic or framework for these questions or contributing to this. And András is in terms of a company that is based on an experience on the dangers on the black side of hacking. Is what would you see as a success professionally that you would kind of like to see in 3 to 5 years?
I shall humbly agree with the goals of the renewed Hungarian national AI strategy, the 2.0 version. The first one was issued back in 2020 when AI Act was not ready, just under construction or in theory. I may raise 3 goals. First, let's reach by 2030 at least the number of 2.5 million people who are already trained for AI. So let's have 2.5 million Hungarian citizens who are AI ready. Second, let's have an own AI factory. This is important. This is a question of sovereignty as well and the ability to cooperate with other nations. And last but not least, this might seem or sound like a dream, but reach or approach towards 100% data transparency. we should not say that 90% is enough. I know that 100% is something which is hard to achieve, but this should be the goal.
Okay, and from my side, as I said, for me, awareness is one of the key points that I see that could mitigate some of the risks or make the impacts better. So I would really like to see the AI more prominent in our education and not just on the schools, because I think it is a bit contradictory, because we just training the new generation of AI users, but in the security point of view, the greatest risks affects the older population of the world, because technology is already very fastly evolving, and AI is something that a lot of elderly people cannot really understand, because just think about deepfake. The dumber version of deepfake was also very effective on them, and now they not just hear or not just get the information, but hear their relative, see his or her face. So it is very dangerous, and somehow I would really like to see a very good formulated education. What is this AI? How to use it? How the criminals use it to trick you? And it would be a great win, because awareness is something that is very needed.
Thank you very much. It would be my last questions, so you could be my moderator as well. So any other questions? Yeah.
Not that I'm going to let you go easily from this panel, because I think these are very ambitious goals. Both of them are. And I think, we have failed massively in many ways, because indeed, people are, not just the older generation, but also the younger ones, don't seem to have, I don't have that sense, that they seem to have an understanding that they have a way to fight against deepfake. If they understand that there's some problem with this, but they don't have the feel that they have a means. So I think it's a big question. What would be the possibility to give them as a tool to do that, and also from the other perspective, I think I love very much data transparency and this concept. I think you're right. I agree with the goal of 100%. That's fantastic. But my God, you need an army for that, or you need, what do you need to reach that? And how can you put the resources to this? And what do you see the means to achieve that? So do you see like a fundamental, I don't know, rewriting of educational policies, or, yeah, how do you see that in a little more detailed or tangible way?
So first of all, becoming AI ready is a task for the educational system, from elementary school to PhD students. And we shall build the demand in ourselves for those goals. Nowadays, it might seem that they are nice to have things, but they must become must-have things. And to say something more concrete, more tangible, I think that we should have better legal enforcement. So when I mentioned that an AI-created video shall be recognizable with a watermark or with metadata or somehow in any technical manner, this shall be enforceable. Since it's a new piece of legislation, basically a product liability type of legislation, we don't have case law. So it will dramatically be improved in the next couple of years, according to my best beliefs and my best hopes. And also we need to raise the responsibility of platforms. Since let's be honest, we don't watch videos because they are sent to us by email nowadays, or at least you receive a link which leads you to a platform. So the platforms should have responsibility. They do have in legal terms, but here comes once again the enforceability. So it's not the hardness of the sanction which matters, but the 100% of legal enforceability. So the sanctions shall be proportionate and they have to become enforced. And yeah, last but not least, the traceability of the source. So I think it's important that the no-name content creators vanish when they do something which is against the needs and the goals of the society. So we should not let anonymous malware creators to act in our society in the future. We can remember the WannaCry attack and everything else, but this has become much worse than those days. So I think that that's a change in the mindset as well, and exact measures shall be taken parallelly. I'm not sure this answers the question, but at least I tried my best.
This is a very interesting aspect that you're bringing up, because on the one hand side, it is depending on the benevolence of the actors. So as long as you have and I'm making it up, but as long as you have a European-based company that is abiding the law, that is open and transparent, the world is fine. But if you have a, say, US-American actor who is a multiple billionaire and who doesn't give a dead rat's rear parts about your opinion about the law, and he says, well, I own one of the largest platforms for individual opinioning, and I want anonymous actors, and I want radical political opinions, what are you going to do?
I can answer with a question backwards. Do we believe that the self-regulation of the markets is something that can make that can be for the benefit of society? So I do believe in economic freedom and the transatlantic cooperation. That's why I'm here. But also you have to regulate the big players as well, and not just in a way that let the value chain work, but also not to act against our common goals.
You know that I'm trying to just be provocative to get it out of the way, but this is exactly the point. Do we believe that the rule of law should prevail? And for Europe, I strongly believe the answer is yes. For other actors, that might not be the case. So we are talking about their market access. We're talking about, do we allow them to spread their ideas about how it should be to Europe? Look at what the US are doing with TikTok at the very moment and trying to get control of Chinese propaganda flooding the US. And Mr. Trump desperately trying to get a sort of a handle on it. These are the same questions that Europe needs to answer. That Hungary, Germany, France, they all need to find an answer. And my true hope is it is a common answer to that.
The only answer shall be the common answer. There shall be no discrepancy in US-EU relations. I think we shall find the common answer and come to a common ground. Of course, facing with contents which are unwanted is a current phenomena. How to delete them? In one click, we won't be able to do so. And they can have proxies as well in our own system, so you don't need a Chinese system to spread those unwanted contents. That's why the rule of law, in the notion of rule of law, shall always prevail. I think that's why society and the members of society can feel safe. But on the other hand, the regulation is always technologically neutral. Of course, the notion of platforms was not around us 20 years ago. This breaks technological neutralism a bit, and there are different aspects. For example, the US aspect was to have the market liberalization aspect and wait for the European legislation to enter into effect and see what happens. But in case you follow the latest news, there are some black letter laws coming out, and there are some presidential decrees, orders that require state agencies to revise their strategies in favor of AI and to tackle those issues as well. So I think even if the cake is not ready, we know the pieces of the recipe, and we are on our best pathway to find those common answers.
Jolly good.
Thank you very much. Other questions?
If I may, if there are no other questions. So today I think a lot of the discussion is focused on how to make really AI a sustainable part of our lives, really from a legal or an educational perspective. I think a lot of the things that you have brought up also focus on this. Coming from an environmental and climate policy background, the way that my work usually overlaps with AI is the AI factories and the major natural resources and water and energy that these investments really need. So I was wondering if, for example, in the project where we're connecting to the German supercomputer and these major projects of building a Hungarian computer as well, are these aspects frequently considered? Or are they usually more on the back burner, considering the strategic importance and increasing importance of AI?
The focus is not there usually. So what we see right now that we are basically in the beginning of the race, and all of these considerations, sadly for me, is on the back burner. But this is why we are here. So, and this is why we try to preach to because as you may know, it is always better to build from the beginning. We can say it's secure by design. There is a very trendy word in our industry. If you design the security and design these factors, not just security, but also ethical questions, safety, because this is also safety factors when it is human health or etc. comes into the play. If you build it from the beginning, it will be much more easier later on. Because everybody, when we just make these changes, for example, in an industrial system, what I built a lot in my past, when there is a legislation came up, for example, this NIS2 directive, which is quite familiar for a lot of us. It's a cybersecurity related legislation. They just asked, how did you know that it will came up? Because, it always came up. If you don't work on it right now, you will have to work on it later. So maybe it's a back burner right now, but you could be more successful if you try to prioritize it current.
I will make it very concise. I do agree with your point of view. It's a fundamental right to be surrounded with a healthy environment. Healthy environment by design and default. Does it make sense? I think in a way it does, but we shall also consider that there's a global competition. And a few of our competitors do not care about an environment at such a high stake that we intend to do. And if we don't find the proper measures in how to protect environment on one hand and be technological advanced on the other, then we lose the race. And then whoever knows what comes next. So that's also a big danger. So we shall cooperate and be more crucial about environmental protection. I do agree, but it shall not hinder technological advancement.
Johannes?
I like the question especially because all the countries where I know who are trying to build AI factories, large data centers, connected data centers, which funnily enough in Germany is the question as well. It's not only the Jülich supercomputer, which has its own power plant in order to be firing up. Especially in the US, where I know that there are all the states competing around building or attracting AI factories. You know that Microsoft has signed a land agreement for 99 years for 3 Mile Island atomic power plant. So the only reason they did it is to build an AI factory around the atomic power plant, which is funny. We had the discussion a few minutes ago. The American grid, the power grid, is not made for huge transactions of power. So every state now is reflecting on, energy is a scarce resource. If I have to add terawatt of AI factories. And now this thinking that the US had until the 20s, that energy, we just add it. This is gone because you might be able to produce it, you're not able to transport it. And this gives a totally different angle to it. And yes, it might be true that environmental aspects might not be on the top of the priority list for the US at the very moment. But it goes hand in hand because there are 400 million people who need to have a healthy environment in order to live where this happens. So this will change the whole game. It happens on a lower scale in Europe. So the Hungarian efforts in order to connect one of the reactors of the power plant to an AI factory, the Bulgarians on that race, the Germans trying their very own way on distributed data centers to force it throughout the grid. This will change the whole thinking. And funnily enough, it will also change the way we think about environmental protection. I strongly believe, because neither is the energy granted, nor is the priorities clear of how we define environmental protection in order to fulfill military and economic needs to provide the people with. So sorry for the lengthy answer, but
anything to add?
I don't know how many minutes we have left, but 0? Then just in one last sentence, please keep up the good work and make us possible to have more discussions like this. Thank you so much.
So this session, the last sentence of you.
Thank you. Briefly.
So ethical and security issues we need to learn. Education is very important. We need to see the environmental as well, but also we are looking for the 100% transparency. And be careful, do not over-rely on database. So thank you very much for your attention, please.
Thank you for having us.
Aranyos vagy, de nem. So, with this fascinating panel discussion, which I think highlights really some of the biggest challenges that we're having, and we're really excited and honored to have both a representative who's working really for the regulatory side, from the government side, as well as the real expertise of András coming from a very substantial background. I think we're really honored and excited to have this day closing, because we are honored to be at this wonderful place, ESSCA, and we're very honored to have a wonderful list of speakers who've joined us. I would just like to thank, Balazs for this fantastic lineup of topics, of people, of opportunities. The other room, which was having this parallel program, I think offered a great opportunity for so many people. So I would just like to say a big thank on behalf of Equilibrium Institute, as the 4 organizations, and I will pass it on. But on behalf of Equilibrium Institute, I would just like to say a big thank you to all for staying with us and for being here. I think it was a very thought-provoking and very insightful discussion, a great day. And as we have been told by Victor, thank you so much, we try to continue. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm delighted to have you here. I learned a lot, and I think that you share my opinion that we all learned a lot and we all developed ourselves and our knowledge quite a bit. I was delighted to have different approaches of the same question, and I like the questions. Well, of course I like the presentations, but I also like the questions because they try to discover a new aspect of the same question, and this was something lovely. And please let me share one information with you. We are a school. We have students who had classes at the other end of the campus. And I saw many of my students approaching, and they came forward and forward, step by step. And then when they got as close as hearing the words what we were talking about, they said, "You're really discussing this question? Why can't we participate?" So this was the desire from their part to organize something similar for them as well. So if ever we think of bringing this conference to the students, I wouldn't say level because this is the same level, but to the student platform, I would be really happy to invite all of you to come back and talk to the students, and please help me preparing them for a proper, efficient, nice, ethical, and very technologically based world where we maintain the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these kind words and for the honor of being here. When Réka, you offered 2 years ago to help, it took us to a whole new level. When you're talking about the lineup, you're talking about the guests and everyone, you have a huge part in that. We could have never been able to do it, and Zsuzsa for hosting us. It's been a fantastic opportunity, and you just vocalized a dream of mine. Like this was like being able to do it with the students. They're the future generation, and we rely on them to be able to build this future world, and without them it's not possible. So it's a deal, we're gonna do it. And with that we have one last thing to do, Julia.
Yes, just a few words. As the representative of Rotary Hungary, I would like to say thank you for Zsuzsa for the perfect place that we can be together now, and thank you, Réka, that you were a professional host of this event and kind to everyone, and have perfect questions to add to the topics. So perhaps we could prove that Rotarians all over the world are people of actions, like Balazs, like Vilmos, Elizabeth, because we would like the world to be better around us. And this event proved this, that we are able to organize an event where we can give useful information, build community, which is one of the main points of Rotary as well. And as our presidential message asks, Unite for Good, I think we completed it today. So thank you for participating. And we also would like to say thank you for the two ladies. So please help me. So thank you again.
Big thanks.
Köszönjük szépen. Köszönjük szépen.
Nagyon kedvesek vagytok. Thank you. It's really kind. On this cheerful note, we have a great dinner waiting for all of us, right? So thank you so much again for bearing with us. We had a fantastic series of coffee breaks, which allowed for networking, and we will have one more great opportunity for continuing our discussions over dinner. So that's waiting for us outside. So thank you for joining us, and we look forward to meeting again. Thank you.